let's see. Good evening, hola, and hail to all you listeners out there. Anyway, this is Grumpy Old Ninja. Thank you for coming by. I am late again, but that's just what comes with the job of late. Just trying to make it to the end of the month, see if I can get all these numbers straight. In any case, you know the usual drill. I gotta get the other stuff set up, so bear with me. You'll be hearing some noisy clicking for the next couple of minutes, but then we should be able to get going, because I got some stuff to do, as you can see here. But we're going to try to work on these a bit, and then we'll get back there to some of that stuff over there. Oh, probably don't need as much light over here. Yeah, that helps a little. So we'll get going with that pretty darn soon. Just bear with me. Alright. Of course, as always, must set up the thumbnail. Alright, let's put that down. Where's my keyboard? There's my keyboard. Forgot. I was out running errands. I ran into something that looked fun. I'll have to be very careful about. That being this. I like these. Call it what you will, it is what it is, but I do like them. Hopefully I'll like these too. I'll just have the one and put the rest in the fridge. Cooled chocolate is actually also interesting and fun too. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Now, well, let's open this up here. Okay, let's get this rolling. Alright, the list is open. Now I just gotta find this stream so I can properly apply the darn thumbnail. Oh, and tonight I have the added aid because I found something else for $12 freaking that I can't believe that I found, which was a little heater to heat down below. Because my feet get obnoxiously cold in this room for some reason, which I suspect has something to do with the medicine I was taking. I suspect, anyway. Alright, where is it? Where are you? Oh yeah, content. And this thing seems to actually be helping out. Like, don't know if I'll remain another 6 hours on here, because I'm going to literally have to turn right back around in the stream till Megatron comes on. Which tomorrow, by the way, tune in, because he's going to be doing the last and final Halloween October drawing, which is going to be the group shot of the Teen Titans trick-or-treating at Wayne Manor, by the way. So that'll be fun to see, because he does it all live right in front of your face, no digital. All real, all human. I cannot yet. But one step at a time. Only take two if you can actually chew bubblegum while you do it. Which I do have a hard time with from time to time, so that's why I don't do that. Oh yeah, over here. Where's the thumbnail? Close everything else down again that I do not need, just in case, so it doesn't get in the way of all the virtual memory and whatnots. Oh, for crying out loud, why do you do this? Can't you just scroll down like a normal thing? of course not. That would be way too easy. Alright, let's try this one more dang time. Okay, looks like it's actually uploading, which is good. It'll be good. The caramel kind of slightly overpowers the white chocolate. And yes, I know there's no such thing as white chocolate. I'm well aware, don't worry. That is just a name of reference. I don't know what else to try and call it, but it's essentially a big pile of sugar or some fake sugar or something. I'm not even sure which one. Okay. Also, I don't know if you can hear that in the background, but the heating thing does have a bit of a fan on it. I apologize for the noise, but it's either that or go to the emergency room for very purple feet from basically frozen circulation, and I don't really want that, and I would imagine you probably don't either. So let's finalize the update here. Okay. I keep forgetting, if I put that over there, that means you won't be able to see whatever notepad is over there. But it's fine. That's it. That's the thumbnail. We're done. Now, one more thing is the chat. So I can pin this thing and we can get rolling. So yeah, tonight I'll should be working on Granny Oh My Goodness challenge, the draw this in your own style up and coming challenge, I guess. And I'll be doing that after I do some work here, because these ladies they require the inks. They do. They must have it. They must have it. Wow, it's 200. Wow, only by 209. Jeez. Can I win 9 characters somewhere? I don't think so. Alright, don't forget to remember, if you ever start, you will never finish. Actually, let's win them here. If you never start, you never finish. That's good enough. I kind of like having the will in there, but yeah, that's fine. We'll keep the win, we'll keep the onward and forward, we'll keep the be great. Okay. Oh, look at this. I literally need one. I think I can gain it right here, actually. Yes. Okay, that is exactly 200 characters. So let's throw it in there. And then we'll put it back here. For crying out loud. Okay, now it's back to normal. Alright, let's pin it and run. fantastic. Look at that, a whole 9 minutes it took to do this. Ridiculous. Alright, close that down. Fantastico. Let's leave this open because we'll need that one. Alright. And then nothing else should actually need the camera. So come on, load. I gotta draw. Okay, and the chat is staying stable here. Fantastic. Now I can put the keyboard down, move this stuff around, just about get to white. As soon as I throw this out, finish the star chocolate. Oddly enough, the little heating fan actually blows out cold air, so I have the water sticking behind it because it pushes cold air out to push the hot air forward, which I'm okay with. Okay, headphones turning on finally. Good. I cannot tell if you guys see that or not, or have to deal with it. First things first, live chat. That image is not so good. I don't know what's going on there. Hang on. Let's do another check. Let's close both of these because I won't need to use them until after I'm done streaming. That's the video folder and little drive number 1. Let's see if that steadies this any at all. Everything should be fine. Yep, it's just Photoshop and the 5 other things that need to be on other than whatchamacallit there, Chrome. Did you take a nice drink of water? It is getting warm in here, which is not a bad thing. Good evening, Megatron. Hola and hail, stunning and brave Megatron. What's going down, man? Who did you feed to which dino today is what I want to know. That's what I need. That's what the chat needs to know. Who got eaten by what? Or rather, and by what? Holy crap, this image is terrible. Let me refresh it. The audio seems to be coming in okay, but the camera is just not. I don't understand why. I thought it would correct itself. Oh, wait. It's going there. Okay, now it's getting there. Now it's getting there. Alright, you guys should actually be able to see it now, but it is still fogging up. I don't know what the heck's going on. I'm going to have to turn this off for a bit. I mean, it did get much warmer, so let me see if that's what's causing the issue. My word, what are you doing? What is up? Well, let's see. Megatron says, didn't feed anybody yet. I bought the prehistoric sea creatures pack and started building a Jurassic Sea world. Oh, okay. That was the other plan. Because you had mentioned you were trying to do this underwater. Because, hey, look, the underwater dinos, they also need food. And what better way to provide that than customers? He got big ass sea turtles. Ooh, I like the like how big? What are we talking here? Like we're talking man eaters, or we're talking like giant Galapagos ones, or are we talking like raptor size, T Rex size? What do we got? What do we got? Okay, the fixture isn't doing it now, so it looks like I'm gonna have to use that heat very sporadically. Jeez, but that's fine. At least I know. Okay, Megaron says, and now I'm working on an Optimus Prime drawing for the Christmas scene. Ooh, that sounds nice. One of these days, Megatron, I'll get to draw some Transformers with you, but I'm still working on the curves before I can get to the straight lines. I do like your way to draw Transformers. It's very, very nice. Alright, so let's get the camera down here. Gotta get to work on these crazy tricks before I can get to Granny. Okay. So, I think I showed this on stream before. These are the very, very bad girls I'm talking about in the description. Oh, Megatron says that the big sea turtles are the size of an ankylosaurus. Okay, that's nice tank size. You can ride that to work. That's definitely Flintstones vehicle size. We can work with that. We can work with that. Yeah, so they're... I forget what the other thing is that they are, but I wrote it down. But I know what one part of it is succubi. There was only supposed to be one. Well, here, we'll just go back over it real quick. There was originally this one, which was designed to be a problem for this girl. But then, talking to you guys in the chat, I thought of things more, and I wound up coming up with two more of the bad one. This being the third. Oh shoot, I moved the camera over. That's Darkseid. I finally just decided, well, just put inks over what it is. I don't really know how to draw Darkseid anyway, so it's fine. So this is the third one. This is the second, and that's the first. Again, so I've actually drawn her twice essentially. And the other two I was still having to come up with them, so I'm gonna try to put ink on these two this evening. And you have to bear with me because I'm not entirely finished in the bust area here, and I need to get started because I'm already lost because of all of the lines that are happening there. It's a complete mess. It is a totally retarded mess in there. And it's a mess here with her sort of arm, hand, gauntlet, bone thing, because she's sort of holding her tail, which is spinning from around here. And I've just lost track of a lot of stuff, which is why I just said, all right, screw it, just ink it so we can finally decide what these lines are going to be and be done with it. Oh, we have another guest arriving. That would be the Ancient One. Hola and hail, Ancient One. Thank you for coming. Ancient One comes in bearing gifts, memes, and descriptions and links. Thank you for that also. And then Megatron says, yes, I have him driving in the Arctic with the northern lights behind him. Ooh, okay. Just wanted something more majestic for Prime this time around. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like it. Now, you know what you have to do, right, Megatron? You have to do Santa Prime. And I think you kind of sort of did something like that before. But you have to do Santa Prime where it's Prime with... Now, that's with his trailer flying in the sky, and all of the reindeer are Hound and his brothers, Sunstreaker and Sideswipe, Bumblebee and Cliff Jumper, and I think that should cover sufficiently 8 reindeer. You have to do that one. Oh, Megatron. Oh, Ancient One says hello, and then Megatron says Dark Side is easy. He's just a wrinkly thumb with eyes. Yeah, that's pretty close to it. But I am not. I don't know how to draw a wrinkly thumb yet, let alone an actual thumb. So working on that. Working on that. Yeah, no. I still want to do the. I don't know if I'm going to do it this year, but I definitely would like to do what you suggested with the Dark Side, Santa Dark Side, and Mrs. Claus goodness. I still would like to do that. I think that would be hilarious. Oh, and along with the Prime idea, Megatron says, or Santa Megatron with the Seekers as his, yeah, exactly. Now, understanding that the Seekers are going to be a lot more annoying to draw as reindeer, what with all those giant wings, but it would almost be funnier to have Megatron in gun mode or tank mode, whichever you prefer. I kind of prefer the gun because it's classic and OG. But either one of those two with him, but my only problem would be with Megatron. What did you use as the sleigh where you put the bag, which would of course be for all the naughty children? Because with Prime, you can basically have his trailer be, be the bag of toys. Because I guess you're not as worried about a sleigh. It's just somewhere where you can see toys because, they're Transformers. They should be able to carry that. But I think that both of those things would be hilarious. Let me actually write that down. I'm going to take a screenshot of both of these as I go. Give me just a second. I'm just gonna put that in the old file here. Okay. Okay. Sleigh and toys, and I mean Bumblebee would have technically Cliff Jumper or Sideswipe should be Rudolph because they're both red, but Rudolph's got to be Bumblebee. I would think, because he's Bumblebee. Or let's see, Rudolph and Cliff Jumper. Prowl and Bros, Sideswipe, and Sunstreaker. Is that enough of them? Let's see, 2 on there, 3 of those. No, that's not enough. We're missing one. Oh god. Oh, you could use what's his name? Not Huff. Oh my god, what is his name? Payload, heavy load, help me out, Megatron. You know which one I'm talking about. Oh, good lord. What the heck is it Huffer? The smaller trucks. He's green or blue? God, my gosh, I can't remember. It's too late for me to remember Transformer names. Oh, and then Megatron says Astro Train can be the sleigh. Oh, yeah, we could do that. We could do that. He's a triple changer. He literally has something that can turn into a sleigh inside of him while he changes. That's pretty good. And I guess by all alarms, we should have Jetfire be the sleigh over on the Autobot side. That's pretty good. It's pretty good, Megatron. It's pretty good. What is today? It is now 10/28/2023. Saturday. Let me see. Megatron says it is Huffer, the blue and orange. Yeah, okay, it is him. But I thought there was a green and yellow one that was like a truck that he sometimes he tows Optimus Prime. He did it like 2 or 3 times in the whole series, but I can't remember his name unless I'm remembering someone that doesn't exist, which I wouldn't be surprised by. I thought there was a green and yellow sort of orangey one that sometimes tows Prime. But I don't know if I'm remembering something that's real, to be perfectly honest with you. Oh god, I just realized I'm gonna need you know who for this. This is all gonna be very, very small. So gotta break out these guys. And in case you hadn't seen me break out the mighty sights before, let me show you why I need to break them out. Now you see them, but now you really see them, as you can clearly see. And then Darren M says, hello, Hola, and hail Darren M. Thank you for coming this evening. Good to have you aboard, good to have you about. Hope you had a good day. Mine was full of different directions, but now it's done and I can sit down and relax and just have fun with you guys. And then Megatron adds, the green and yellow Jeep was Braun, but it was Huffer that towed the trailer because he turned into a smaller truck. Okay, alright, you're right, that's him. That's definitely him. Okay, now that's who we're talking about. Hang on, I need to keep your original idea about the Northern Lights, because that's a good one too. And I don't have that up here. Ah, here we go. But yeah, definitely. Okay, it was definitely Huffer. So what are all you guys up to tonight other than that? Okay, good. Recorded. Everything's recorded. Alright, and this time the picture is working pretty well, I think, for the most part. It is slightly blurry, and I'm not sure why, but it is slightly blurry. But the audio seems to be coming across okay. Mostly 5x5, I think. Alright. Let's see what happens when I get some lights on the ladies here. Okay, let's start with the 0.3, and that's 5. Actually, no, I think we should start with the 5. Alright, it begins. Alright, we're getting moving. And Megatron says, and I think the last one I'll be doing for Christmas will be of Larfleeze writing his Christmas list, like in the Orange Lantern Christmas Special comic. I never got to get that issue, but I would like to read it at some point. But I look forward to your rendition. Take a good look there. Now Darren M says, a good day here, Grumpy. The sun was shining and it was a good news Friday. Just kicking back now. Yep, I'm loving it. Yeah, Nina put on a nice happy little stream there today. And I must say, the Princess Jasmine hair actually really, really suited her. Very, very weird that it did. So much so, because sometimes I forget she actually is Persian. She actually is from that region. Because my brain defaults to Canada. But yeah, that was cool. She did a very cool thing today. That was good. I must say this year's costume definitely topped last year's. Let's see. Megatron says what's up to Darren. Darren and Ancient One greet each other. And then Megatron says, I might show the Comic Con stream. It was a pretty cute book, though it kind of has a bittersweet ending. I mean, it should. I mean, what can Larfleeze's Christmas list be other than another orange power ring? It's Larfleeze. He is the personification of greed. And Darren says it did work. Very impressed. Yeah, I am. Yeah, me too. It was cool. It was definitely cool. He is greed made flesh in many respects. Although technically that's the thing that's powering the main battery. I really don't like that they did that in those stories. There should not be a life form in there that they're literally sucking the life out of. That doesn't make much sense to me. And then Darren says, I can't wait to see what the girls wear on Monday. Oh, that's right, because Toxic Femme is literally right before Halloween. We know what Nina's wearing, and that's still going to look great then. But I don't know what everybody else is doing. Which would be a good Toxic Femme for me to try to make a appearance on again in the chat. It's hard to get to that show because I got so many things Monday nights. Alright, for this I am going to need the 3 though. It used to be that way. But then it was, and here I am. Nope, that's a 0.1. That is not a 0.3 job. That's too. That is way too small. Ew. My 0.1 is not doing so well. Let's put that guy to the side. Let me see if anyone in the reserves can come to the rescue. Hang on, they are over here. Oh, that's a 0.005. Well, oh, that's not supposed to be there. Oh dear. So maybe these are wrong, and this is the peck. Oh. Let me see if I can do a quick differential check. Which one is this? That's a 0.5. So this is supposed to be with this. Oh, this is bad. But if I notice the mistake now, I might as well fix it. This is supposed to be with this, which I have almost entirely killed. So these three, no they don't. This goes with this too. Oh geez, and so does this. I may have put these things back in the wrong packs. That could be a problem. Here's the 7, here's the 3. Yep. Sorry folks, give me a couple of seconds. I've been using these things just a wee bit out of order. Alright. What do you guys got? 18 hours. 18 hours. There's 05 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 5, no 7. So these must be from the old loose pack. That's the only thing that would explain it, because all of these are correct with one another. Yikes. Pardon me, folks, I'm experiencing some yikes. Alright, let's fix this up. That means that I have used up a whole 5 and a 7 that are probably over there, back there by the other markers. Son of a monkey's uncle. Okay. Well, we'll need to bring them back, and I certainly need to still use them. So, let me try that real quick. I do believe it might be these two, but I think these two are completely dead. Can't be them. Those are 12-hour cap off ones. Oh wait, here's a potential, and there's another 18-hour. 18-hour. Nope. I think this is the winner. Okay. Looks like I may have killed 0.1s. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, Megatron says, but one thing Larfleeze can never have again is family, which was the last thing on his list in the comic. Ah. Okay. I see what you mean, Megatron. Okay. Well, still, I definitely want to get that going. Ancient One says, have Nina and Mandy go crazy together. Yes, of course. That is the wish of the ages. Let's have those two go nuts on stream and have fun. As long as the chat's having fun, nobody's getting hurt. That's all that can be asked. And then let me see. Darren M says, a man can dream, Ancient One. That's correct. We men are all dreaming of that right now. And then Power 800 comes on into the chat with a bunch of thumbs ups. Thank you for that, Power 800. Hola and hail to you, and thank you for joining us tonight. Where Darren M also says hello. And Power also says hello. Alright, let me see. No, that's funny, because both of those, those are very pretty ladies, and ain't nothing wrong with them getting to have some fun in all of this too. Because they are. I don't know if Mandy did Halloween what or not tonight, because I know they would have had ballers, and I was fairly certain that Mandy and Shane and Dale were all going to dress up as something. I just don't know what. Fairly certain, not 100% certain. You understand? Alright, let's see what happens here. Alright, so do I have a 0.3 to use now? Yes. Is it still alive? Let's find out. No, not a 0.3. 0.1. I need a 0.1. I don't know what I used these up on, but it looks like they have been. Good Lord, look at that. That's not doing so good. But it's doing. So I'll take it. It's more alive than I thought it was, that's for darn sure. Power says hi to Megatron. Ancient One says, we can even bring up Miss Martin Muses, Lady Toriel, Lady Gravemaster, and a few others, so they all have the ladies' tea party. Yeah, I'd like for them to do that again. I liked it when Mama Bear Art Doll did those Queens Councils. Those were fun streams. I wish you would get to do them more, but it's hard to get everybody on a schedule anymore this day and age. You know what? I'm going to just let this be. Yeah, I mean, shoot, get X-Ray Girl, Carolyn, all the Forces of Light, both of them. What's the No. I know one of them's Natalie, and I think the other one is Melissa. I think. I can't remember because I don't get to watch enough of their stuff, but they're always cool when they're on. I like them. They've had some real banger movie reviews lately. If you guys want to see some of those, pretty good. Definitely stop by those channels and have a look-see. Okay. So maybe possibly I can actually get away with this. I can. Okay. Alright, this one's still alive, more or less. So we'll set that aside, as you are still with us for some reason I can't understand. I'll take it. I'll happily take it. Might be the 0.7s that are dead, but we'll see. Okay, so there's an extra 0.7 and an extra 0.5, and I don't know where they come from. But I guess I won't complain. There's two of them. It's weird. Very strange. Yeah, see, we're missing a little divot there, so let's complete that. Okay. Okay, I think now I can go back to a 0.3, which is the one I was using. Now I can't friggin' remember. I think it wasn't this one, but we'll use it nonetheless because I gotta do that collar. Alright, this 0.3 is nice and healthy, folks. Nice and healthy. He's going to be A-OK. Megatron says, I have to skip Halloween this year because of work, so sadly no pumpkin carving stream in this time around. Ah, I see. That doth sucketh, Megatron. I was kind of looking forward to that, but I do understand. Life gets in the way, man. That's what happens to me. I was supposed to do this stream like right when Friday Night Tights was starting, but had to go do a bunch of stuff, and well, it didn't happen. So I do get it, man. And Darren M says Mandy's live streaming now. Fairly tame dress. Not over the top stuff. Yes, I think Ballers should be on still because they usually go till like 2-3 in the morning. I will probably be going past that, I think. But yeah, so she should be on now. That's probably where Ken Jack Ben is. And then let's see. So and then Megatron says, so I got an October. So I got to end October on a banger tomorrow on the channel. That's right. Tomorrow will be a banger on Megatron's channel, folks, because are you going at normal time or are you still going early in the afternoon, Megatron? I didn't get to see, because I haven't seen the stream yet. Please drop the link for the stream in the chat so folks can click on it and get ready for tomorrow. And that way you guys can tune in to Megatron tomorrow when he does the, well, actually, no, I'll describe it because I'm the one doing the talking. So tomorrow Megatron is going to do the Teen Titans Trick or Treating at Wayne Manor. So look forward to that. That's going to be a fantastic drawing. And then Power says, always next year, Stunning and Brave Megatron. And yes, I do believe he has already mapped out next year. I managed to make it to a couple of Mocking streams earlier this week. So talking to him, we prodded him into stuff. And he has, I believe he already has Halloween for next year planned out as well. So that's good. I actually have an idea for something I'd like to try, but it'll actually have to wait until then. So we'll see what happens. I will do my best to make good on that. And then Darren M says, Force of Light, good people. Michelle, good Lord, not Melissa. Michelle and Natalie. Natalie the Red, right. Natalie the Red, because Natalie is the redhead of the two. And Michelle was on Infinite Talk with Nina, with John, with Kerry Smith. And Ricada even made an appearance. So that was a fun little stream on Wednesday on Nina's channel. And then Ancient One says, see an animation of Miss Martin muses as she rants and raves about something where she ends up overgrowing her vines. Yeah, that's pretty funny, Ancient One. Because the angrier she gets, the more they grow. Ooh, that's not a bad way to try to depict her as like Poison Ivy, but nobody knows what she looks like at all. So you know, you might could work with one of the things that Lady Toriel posts. That'd probably be good. Loses her mind and goes on a mindless rampage. That would be correct. Listen, I got to actually hang with them all the way through the Silmarillion books. Yeah, with everything that had been going on that might possibly happen in the Rings of Power at that time, she was losing it. Understandably, because so was all of the chat. Now, Megatron says he might go at 12 Mountain Standard Time. It's been a long day today and he needs his rest. Okay, so don't look for Megatron early tomorrow. The link is not ready, but it will be on his Twitter sometime tomorrow before when he gets to pick the time, unless he gets to do it tonight. But he will get up there. He'll get rolling. And then Darren M says, that is so true, Ancient One. Well played. I agree. Oh, and Dadman Walking 55 joins the chat. Hola and hail to you, sir, as he says, howdy, Grumpy. Thank you for coming by. Good to see you very much. Always good to see you, Dadman. I know I still haven't been able to make good on it, but I do still want to actually try Fortnite your way. Because you seem to actually be able to teach people how to play that game properly, and I still suck at it, but I just haven't been able to play in so long. So it's been a bit difficult. But I definitely plan on doing that with you guys when you can. I mean, I know you're streaming now a little bit yourself, which is good because I get to pop in on those. I don't get to do much in the chat, which I apologize for, but I'm usually lurking in a lot of places because I don't get to actually do stuff with the chat. And then everybody says hi to Dadman as I try to continue to get some ink on this crazed chick. Actually, I don't think she's the one that's crazy. I think it's the other one. The other one that's got the... No, they're all technically crazy. It's just levels of crazy. But I showed you guys the other one that has scythe for wings. It was actually going to be this one that I was going to put the scythe for wings on, but I think I'm going to put some sort of tentacle-y thing back there now. I don't even know if it'll make a wing. It's just going to look horrifying, which is, you know, the point to the three of them. But yeah, initially it was the second one that was going to have them, but that was wrong because I was having while I was having the thought, I was thinking of a third one and I didn't realize that, so I just ultimately moved the scythe wings over to her. I should probably explain what the heck I'm talking about. this one. There are two sides that stick in her back, probably about down to just under her rib cage. And then when she pulls them out to use them on people, they telescope, so she gets her full handle, and then she horrifies people everywhere. But yeah, so this one's got a sight on her back, or wings that exercise, and they actually do work as wings too. That's the very scary part. But I haven't been able to fully grasp how to properly show that yet. But I'm working on it, folks. I am working on it. Oh, Dadman Walking says, "Oh wow, Grumpy, the Missus and I are highly honored." Oh well, hey, look, I'm highly honored that you guys listen. I like how you guys do Fortnite. It makes it easier to understand for doofuses like me. Or is it doofy? I don't know how that would actually be properly conjugated as a verb or an adjective. But yes, no, you guys do well there. I like your Fortnite. Your Fortnite style is good. Your kung fu is very good when it comes to Fortnite. And then Ancient One says, oh, Ancient One says, whenever Miss Martin muses, rants, and raves, she possesses a slim, yet cumulative chance that she will overgrow her vines. Now, how slim are we talking, Ancient One? Because I don't think there's anything slim enough to keep that from happening as she rants and raves, because she has a lot to rant and rave about, as we all do. But she does it for us, which we love and endear and are endeared to her for, because she's great. Oh, and then go on the mindless rampage. And then Dadman says, "We understand what you mean." Yeah, it gets busy. It gets busy. Then Ancient One says, while she goes on said mindless rampage, she will also repeat the words ranting and raving and ranting and raving and ranting and raving. I'm assuming like how Bart has to write on the chalkboard all day on the Simpsons openings, which I really do like that. I miss that. That was good back in the day. Megatron says, I'm also thinking about going on Tabitha's show. I know, I love her. I watch her streams every once in a blue moon. I get to actually say something in her chat. But yeah, she's very cool. I forget the name of the girl she was with. She had someone else on earlier this evening. She was doing a stream. Her mission is to get everybody on YouTube to paint with her. I think that's a good mission to have. I think she can actually do it. And then Tabitha says she seems really interested in having me on at some point, so I might do that if we can work out the time. I think you should, dude. Work it out, man. Reach out there and see and ask her what her schedule is like. October is pretty much finished, so all of that should be up in the air. And maybe you can swap a November for a December thing, because December is usually a really busy time for you, if I remember correctly. And then Ancient One says, once Miss Martin reverts back to her normal self, she has no memory of the crazy rampage, and everything for reasons unexplained are reverted back to normal, including her house. Well, that's good. That's like a team of good writers, good comic book writers back in the day, because, they would stretch the rubber band only but so far, and then when they would be finished their run, they would hand things over to the next team, and they basically reset everything back to normal. But that's how it used to be. Definitely no longer how it be. Unfortunately. Hold on, I need a swig of water for the working man. Hang on. Okay. I actually have two of these things, and I got to drink a whole one already, so it's time for a new bottle and a new day. I try to get through at least one and some change of them every day. At least one, unless two. Sometimes I actually drink two of those things of water. You would think I would have dropped a lot more weight by now, but it takes even more water than that to do when you don't have a ton of equipment and time and space to work out. All right, let me see. Oh, and Dadman says probably DoFi, lol. Yeah, it probably is DoFi. Alright, let's see. And then Megatron says, do you want to learn Fortnite? Then I am your master. Well, indeed. And then, I gotta get in there. And I know you're good at it too, Megatron. It's just I need the beginner's course. And you're too intermediate for me. I've seen you play Fortnite. You're very good too. And then Megatron says, I actually helped create some of the creatures in her fantasy creating show she has. Oh yeah, I didn't know that. I definitely wasn't there for that stream. I'm sorry I missed it. But that's cool, man. I want to I need to join her streams more. I need to join more art people and get some of those streams in. I take in too much news, way too much news. I don't need to know what's happening so much as I need to know how to do the stuff that I need to learn. And that's why I've been trying to change my streaming not my streaming habits, but my stream watching habits, I should say, so that I can actually get to that. Oh, Megatron says, I want to see Tabitha teach Dadman how to draw. Hey, that is in her mission statement. Dadman, welcome 55. The gauntlet is throwed, man. Go get yourself on Tabitha's stream. Get yourself a pen and paper and a piece, and let her get you leveled up. Why not? Oh man, Power 800 says, did you guys hear the voice of Two-Face? Oh, I didn't know Richard Mull passed away. Oh, rest in peace, Richard Mull. I did not know that. But thank you for giving us the update, man. Let's get some F's in the chat for Richard Mull, the voice of Two-Face, and quite a few other things. He is already missed, quite frankly. Wait, I lost the 3. I know I lost the 3. Yeah, there it is. Let me see. And then Dadman says, how we teach is how we did with Mrs. Yeah, pretty much. That's how I'm gonna get to do that. And then Darren says, I did not hear that. So sad. R.I.P. Richard the Bull Shannon. Richard Mull. A giant of a man. A literal giant of a man. All the way from... I think that's what most people probably remember first. I don't think a sufficient amount of people realize that he was the voice of Two-Face unless they see that picture of the Batman the Animated Series cast when they actually took that show seriously. So long ago. And I still have zero plans on watching that new Night Court. I don't know. I got a very bad feeling about what that's going to wind up being like, considering the material they'd have to work with. Even if it is, what's her face from Big Bang Theory? No, not the main one. I forget who's. She was a scientist on there, and I forget who her character was. I think it's Melissa Rauch is her name, but she's the one that wore the glasses. She had the sort of pointy nose. It's a pretty good looking girl, I must say. But she, I believe, is the one who's playing Harry's daughter, who also wound up a judge at the same Night Court. But they don't have the same people. But John Larroquette, I think the planning is by John Larroquette, so I don't know if it's good or not. And I'm on the same fence with that new Frasier. But I got to see a trailer of it, and it kind of actually looks like it might be funny. So we'll see how that goes. You guys keep a lookout for that. Keep a lookout for it. Now, Dadman55 says, that's awesome. I'm willing. Do I need tech or a computer? I'm willing to try. Seriously, stunning. If you can make it happen. And then Megatron says, R.I.P. for our lost soul. But Megatron, it looks like the connection is desired. So if and you might be able to hook up Dadman with Tabitha, you would need tech, only as far as being able to to, you know, be invited to her stream, Deadman. And the only other thing you would need would basically be a sketch pad and a pencil and an eraser, just to sort of get you started. I don't think you would need anything else because she just wants to teach people some very basic things so that you can kind of get an idea of how to make some basic shapes and then draw some stuff. Now Megatron says, "All right, good night, everybody. I need to head up to hibernate so that I can be all nice and refreshed for my stream tomorrow." He does, which is going to be Titans Go Trick or Treating. I'm sorry, Titans Go Trick or Treating, not the Titans Go cartoon, the actual Teen Titans cartoon. And there is Megatron's link. I think he's got the stream up, so make sure you guys click on that. Just give it a like real quick, and that way hit the notification guy, and that way you'll know when Megatron rolls tomorrow, and you'll be able to get that rolling. So good night to you, brave Megatron. Get that hibernation done, and remember, bring all the coal for all the bad little boys and girls this Christmas. Stay safe out there, man. Good night. Now, he does say one more thing. If you just copy Mrs. Way of filming her Lego in streams, that should be fine, Dadman Walking 55. Oh, okay, that's good. And then Dadman says, "Enjoy your beauty rest studying." LOL. LOL. Sorry, I forgot I'm supposed to also still be working. Let me actually do some of that as I read the chat, because I actually can see them both from here. Let's see. And then Dan Man Walking says, "Gotta run, Grumpy. Take care. You take care of yourself, Dan Man Walking 55. Thanks again for coming by. Stay safe out there. Have a fantastic rest of your night and some good sleep. We're all gonna need some good hibernation, and I gotta make sure I can get some of that done for tomorrow. So I may not do all of this inking today because I do want to do some stuff with Granny before I go to bed. By that, of course, I mean to actually draw more on her." That sounded absolutely horrible. Apologies. And then Power says bye, and Megatron says later, guys. All right, man. Do stay safe and stay having fun out there, man. Get some good sleep. Let's see if this 0.5 actually works. Hey, look at that. Look at who's got some ink in the barrel. All right. Okay, not too much ink. It's definitely still very much in a spiral state of dying. But I haven't tried to use this in months now, I think. Okay, so if that is the case, I'm gonna need a... Oh, for crying out loud, what are you? Oh dear. What is this? I thought I had another 0.5 here. What is going on? I'm losing track of my mind and these things. It was supposed to be a 0.7. Okay, where's my other 0.5? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Very wrong here. Are they not supposed to be then? I thought maybe they were. Because this is also 0.1 that doesn't have the 18-hour cap off Warner. Okay, this is a 0.1, 0.5, 0.7. But all of these are marked with the other thing. So why isn't this one? I am confused. But in the meantime, that means my 0.5 is not doing too hot. And I do have an extra 0.1 and an extra 0.7 here, so let's pull one of the 5s to see if they got any gas in the can. Let's see what you're doing. Okay, this one's okay. This one's healthy. As you guys can see that that line is actually darkening. Let's see. So yeah, that's all. That's all what's going down in my world today. I started to actually. I have to do one of these where it's going to be all three of them, including the third one. So, that'll be her. So I have to put all three of them here. And that'll be the plan. And I think I'm going to make the original one slightly taller than the other two, and then the mermaid dress one a little bit taller than the scythe wing one. I think. I don't know yet. Before I can do that, I gotta know what all of them actually look like on the reel. And that means this got to get done. Oh geez, I forgot this is where this is where that is. Oopsie. Sorry, I forgot that there's actually a couple of blades on this little shawl-like thing. That's one. And where's the other one? See, this is what I mean. I'm so freaking lost. Where is it? Where's the other blade? I think it's this right here. Because one of these is one of her claws coming out. So I hope... Oh, dear God. Now I'm not even sure. I better wait till I actually get there to do that. Oh, mercy. Should this actually be a 7? Let's see. Let's try. Oh, this isn't. Oh, this is the 0.5 from here. Well, then. Let's try this 7 to see if there's anything left in this gas tank. Not much. Ooh, that's bad. Very bad. Very bad. Alright, you'll go over there. What about this 7? Alright. This one's on its way out, but it can still keep moving. It can still keep moving. And I can't darken those because those are supposed to be sort of inner seams. Okay, now I know I can darken this and this because that is her midriff, essentially. But clearly I'm not going to be able to do it with this one because, woo, it's not so good. It's not doing too good. Well, you got to know what's going on with the supplies in your arsenal, and it's good to know this too. Alright, so what do I actually have that's an extra? Looks like a 0.1. Right now. Which means I need... Let me try the 12-hour cap off point. 3. That line does need to be a wee bit darker there. to decide about that in a little while. I'm gonna change her front thing from when I had it on in the original one because well, in the end, I just don't really like it. Oh, geez, I forgot the glasses. This will make life a wee bit easier. Alright, let's see. Darren M says, can confirm the line is darker. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, it's just got to tool around with the supplies in the old arsenal. I knew I had some of these that were due for replacing, but I didn't know how close they were to that, apparently. It is far worse than I thought. Apologize. I know there's like multiple sources of light going on with these, with the glasses, but I need to see it. But now I don't. Okay, let me turn the glasses off. Yeah, with the augmentation, it actually is sufficient. Mind you, folks, I actually don't wear glasses, but I do need to wear these if I'm going to get anything done. I knew I had something I was missing there. I was cutting off her leg, and that should not have been happening. Okay, but now it's not. Now it's okay. Okay, now let's get a little further on down the road. Okay, still need 2 more of these. Let's see where we can get them. No, 3 more. But at least these are going to be A-OK. Didn't realize I was making her legs that thick, but it's fine. They should get slightly bigger as they slope down this way anyway. Here we go. Now this isn't exactly expertly depicted, but this is supposed to be sort of like hair and or fur growing right, I guess right below the knee, so So it kind of looks like a boot, but it's not because she's still got the cloven hooves. Hold on. Getting a little lost here. Hold on. Like I said, this is why I need to ink this, because like these lines, like I can't even completely tell what the heck is what or where in some parts of this drawing anymore. But I couldn't very well start this out on a bigger sketch pad, because I would have definitely 100% overdone it and tried to do too much and totally ruined it. I just need to know the most basics of what they look like so that I can actually draw them again, prayerfully in greater detail. What is, see, I don't even know what this is. But that's not supposed to be coming out of there. What is that? I don't remember what that is. I really don't. But it looks like there's at least one more tuft of hair there. So, but I don't remember this. I don't remember that yet. I must have been trying to change some. Oh, I know what this is. This is the other heel. See what I mean? See how there's bone here. I know it looks kind of like a high heel shoe, but it's actually not. It's her foot. It's bone that moves like flesh, similar to the dark side, if I might actually add. Might as well do it now. Yeah, I know that sounds horrific, but that's the point. That's what they're supposed to be. Because his face is basically, well, like Megatron said, it's a wrinkly thumb of sorts, which it really does look like that. But I think that was Kirby's intent, essentially. Right, and she does have horns growing where her ankles would normally be if she were a human woman, which she clearly is not. Only part of this thing looks human, if you can even go that far. Alright, good. What the heck is going on? Well, we'll have to try it later. Alright, in the meantime, let's get a jam rolling. You actually see that? I don't know that you actually can. Hold on. Gotta move it back a little bit. I figure that should be enough, right? Yeah, okay. You can even see dark side in that one. Speak of the devil. Now I'm trying to figure out what to do here, because I kind of thought I would angle her foot out. But then I thought I'd just keep it straight. But now I'm really thinking to put it angled out so you can actually see it as a hoof, as a cloven hoof. I suppose worst comes to worst, I can always put it back to flat in Photoshop and just keep the line. I wanted to put horseshoes on them to make it to make those sort of like platforms. But I really do. I think all of this is completely ridiculous. If you're gonna go ridiculous, go all the way ridiculous. Oh yeah, it's like but I guess in her case you wouldn't actually see it, so alright. Hold on, let's get it all the way off the page. And not add it to a different page. Okie doke. Now, this little thing here did also have this little wild jagged tooth, if you will, and this one. And if you're wondering why, yes, they are very much functional, and she can use those to whip them around and do loads of damage, let's just put it that way. Oh, while I'm down here, I might as well do the connection to the fur down by her, below her knee there. Let's see. Hang on. Darren M says, light is important. Please do the needful. I remember working with folks that would say that kind of liked it. Please do the needful. Yeah, no, I'm with it. That's why I have this. Believe it or not, there's one lamp here. There are two over there. And there's one over there, which actually I might just turn back on. Ooh, that's loud. Okay, so that shadow is clearly the microphone. I thought it was something else, but good to know. Now I know. And then the shadow is pretty much the camera. So that one I can't change. But actually, that did make enough of a difference to warrant keeping it on. So thank you for the reminder, Darren. And then Darren M says, lines all over the place. I'll quote a line from Buckaroo Banzai. Good stuff right there, sir. While doing brain surgery at the beginning of that movie, see, you can check your anatomy all you want. All you want. And even though there may be normal variation, when you get right down to it, this far inside the head, it all looks the same. Pause. Darren M continues. No. Don't tug on that. You never know what it might be attached to. Yes. Yes, that is 100,000,000% correct. You do not, if you don't know what something is attached to, and this applies to more than the brain, but most importantly there, do not tug on it. You might blind someone, might make their legs stop working, God forbid, among other things. There are so many wires in our brains attached to so many different little things that brain surgeons have no clue what they are. Good. This light, I don't quite need the same level of augmentation. I can make a little tuft of hair come out right there. Okay, great, great, great. One thing's for sure, I'm not going to be able to line fill this. There's too much confusion everywhere. So when I try to darken lines, I'm going to have to do them one by one, which effectively means, folks, when that gets done, I'm going to literally have to redraw this drawing, almost trace it in a manner of speaking, just so I can darken the lines enough for me to be able to color them once I put them in Photoshop, or once I put it in Photoshop. Although, oddly enough, this doesn't have a ton of priority because it's not something that I'm trying to post right now. Priority's over here. But beyond this, what I need to draw before I can actually do this, which is right there. 2 more of those rainbow bright things with a small crowd should just about do the job. Okay, good. I forgot that the stuff that's under that I don't actually have to. Whatchamacallit? Oh my gosh, I can't tell which is which. Oh Lord. Her index finger claws is coming out here. Her middle finger one is coming out this way, and it should be longer, so it shouldn't be this. This should be the match for that. So I'm gonna actually just executive decision it. If I thought about it differently before, well, I'm just gonna have to live with it now. Now that I think about it, I need to watch that movie. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. That was one of the last good ones as far as regular military action is concerned. There wasn't much left in the 90s, and certainly not the 2000s. Oh dear, I'm missing something. See, that this is going to be bad, and it even leads all the way out here. I know this is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are all coming off of this bust piece here. But we're not there yet. We're still working on number 1. And I may still have to change her name again, for crying out loud. But I'm going to try to keep her. I think she can still be Eternal Dread. Yeah, that's the proper size for her horn. Whereas this one is, what is it? Eternal Dread. Something Misery. This one's Dread, this one's Misery, the other one's Apathy. But I can't remember. Unending Apathy, but I can't remember the first and or last name for this one. I wrote it down somewhere. I knew I wrote it down somewhere. I just don't know where. Or maybe that was the one I hadn't gotten to the side on yet. I don't even know. But it's fine. We'll figure it out as it comes. As it comes. At least it's not freaking cold in here tonight. And that's a huge win. That is going to require a 0.5. Let me go draft one from the reserves No, I can't. This one's bad. What are you again? 0.3. Yeah, but you're from here. Yep, definitely needed 0.5 for that. Okay. Okay, that's coming along nicer than I thought it would. Alright, good. Because I can actually tell where some of these lines are supposed to be for a change. Whereas with the pencil, I just kept getting lost. Like, where does this start and where does this begin? With this, it's a little more definitive, where I am forced to stop wondering and just decide and keep moving. Okay, good. And then Darren M says, and even though there may be normal variation when you get, oh right, no, I already read that, sorry. And then Ancient One says 1 hour mark. Darren M says, I wish I could remember Grumpy. I'm sure you gave her a name. I did, and I gave her a whole one. I just can't remember which one it was. But I promise you, Darren M, I have it written down somewhere. It might even be in the folder. But I don't want to futz with it because the stream's barely holding, and when I do anything else on the computer, it likes to get a little bit cuckoo. At least this week. Perhaps next week it will have calmed down. Let me see. Yeah, because even right here, like, well, you might not be able to read that because it's sideways and whatnot. But it says, oh, this is when I was still trying them, because it says Eternal Dread, Hopeless Misery, or Eternal Misery and Dread. But this is when I still didn't realize I actually needed to make 3 of them. So this would be Eternal Dread. And I guess this is Hopeless Misery. I think that's what it was. Because the third one here, no, not that one. Because this one is not well, and at one point I thought Undying, but I think I went with Unending Apathy. So they're sort of the sisters of misery, in a manner of speaking. But that's what it is. So thank you for that, Darren. You got me back to where I was looking for. Yeah, so Eternal Dread, Hopeless Misery, Unending Apathy back there. That's them. They're not actually sisters, but it's just worse with them referring to themselves that way because of the horrifying things that they do. Some of which I've written down, but I still haven't been able to work around. Because I have to put it in panels. And then I have to see if Nina will agree to it. Because these are ideas that I'm having about a character she sort of lucidly came up with, of course. Because this is all 3 of them are essentially villains for Infinite Hope. Which you guys have, actually no, you might not have. I think Darren M, you did. But Ancient One and the others might not have seen this. So let me put it back. So some time ago, and I can't quite remember when, which I do believe I wrote down on one of the lists. I'll have to find it. But some time ago I had an idea and I thought I might actually, because this was just a general inspiration from being in Nina's chat for her Friday Infinite Hope show, which was great today, by the way. And so I wanted to see if I could make what Infinite Hope would look like. So I tried to hem the line between Black Cat and Sailor Moon. I'm not entirely sure I succeeded, but I drew something. And when I colored it and I shared it with her, she actually did seem to like it. Now, I haven't actually shown her this yet. She hadn't seen this one. But that was because I wanted an antithesis for Infinite Hope, because I thought, well, what would she deal with? Well, eternal misery and dread, of course. And I may have missed the mark. Maybe I should have called this one Misery, but I already made the insignia, so she's Eternal Dread. It's too late. But then talking with you guys in the chat, talking about this, wait, what the heck was it? Well, then it got the idea got expanded, and that's when I came up with the other two. So, and originally I actually called her Forever Dread, but I was trying to play around with names, and I was going to call her two names, and then I'm like, well, I don't know, what do I actually do? And then I started to talk to you guys in chat about it, and we wound up with the other two. At first it was one, and then I think it was overnight that I thought of the other one. Oh, that's the Carrie Smith one. I really got to do that. But these things, they take time. So we wound up with Eternal Dread, Hopeless Misery. What did we decide on? I already lost it. Unending Apathy. There we go. I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, Darren says, cold? Yes. Stay warm, Grumpy. I think we hit 32 Fahrenheit tonight in Vancouver. Yikes. Already? Well, it is Vancouver. Well, no, it's West Coast. That should be warmer part of Canada, I thought. I'm under my little blue blanket tonight. TARDIS graphic. Oh, that's cool. I love the sound of that, Darren. That's cool. I do not have a TARDIS blanket, but I think we all should. Mine is brown. And you know what? I might ask my mom, because she likes to knit us and quilt us blankets. I might ask her to put a TARDIS on the one she makes for me this year. That's a great idea. I'll see if she will acquiesce to that, because she likes us to give her stuff to do, because she loves to knit, she loves to sew. She's very creative. She's who we get it from, pretty much. The other half of the parental unit is very, very cold and logical and despondent, I guess you can say. Alright, then Darren says, Grumpy, if you need bystanders in the crowd, Shane G and I can be in the drunk Irish guys on bar stools commenting on the fight in progress. That would be great, Darren. And I'm sure Shane G would happily join you and take you up on that. Yes, indeed. Yeah, let's do that. Look, guys, the plan, the mission statement, and I guess I should probably start to. Oh, hey, all in hail, awesome one. Awesome one joins the crowd. 68 degrees where awesome one is located. 68 Fahrenheit is nice and fine. It's how much is it in here right now? What is it in here right now? No, I can't use that because that only tells me the outside. Okay. Well, it says outside it's 73 degrees, but in here it's got to be about 70. And I like 70. 70 is nice and even. I more or less grew up in that, and it would only basically go higher, not often lower, because I used to live in the capital of the Dominican Republic growing up. And basically it's air breeze coming in all the time, and being close to the equator didn't always make it so it wouldn't be anything but warm most of the year. We don't see snow there, and even the mountain, our tallest peak, basically just gets really foggy. There's no snow or anything that can collect over there. Awesome one says it's supposed to be 20 next week. Yikes. That's a little quick for this hour. Sorry, I forgot I'm still supposed to work. I gotta stop. I have to be chatty and worky all at once. That's the thing about streaming. I am not even close to perfected yet. But yeah, I like. I tend to prefer some nice warm weather. Now, at the very least, cold weather has the advantage that you can layer up and down. Heat has the disadvantage that you just can't escape it, so you may as well embrace it. You can't get out of it. You just can't. Unless you fly away somewhere where it's going to be super warm. Darren M says, ouch, that is a drop. That's a serious drop. And then he says to Awesome One, stay warm and well. Oh shoot, I forgot the spike. Let's do this too. Oh man. I guess I'm one of those very weird people whose imagination just sort of never stopped firing. It's just sort of thinking about the stuff that still keeps coming to my head that I like to draw. It's like, why? But I finally learned to stop asking why and just draw. I think I'm going to go to my death without drawing everything that's on my list right now. However, I know as it feels like God is willing it, that I am going to get enough of what's on that list done to draw you guys in my books later. And don't worry, I'm not going to do you like everybody else does. I'm not just going to put you in a comic book to kill you. Who says you can't be a recurring character? You cannot ignore a good gag if it is available. You just shouldn't do that. Okay, I should do that. That way it makes it look slightly 3D. And I do mean slightly. I do not have anything liquid paper small enough to fix that here, so it'll have to wait for Photoshop, which means quite some time. Alright, for this, if I can actually get one going, I think we can do a 7. Okay, let's try the 12-hour 0.7. Yeah, this is a lot of line for the 0.5 to have to cover. I'm hoping the 0.7 can do the job. But it's not going to be this 0.7. No, sir. Wow, that's 2.7s that are down? Yep. Alright, 2.7's a 3.7s. Lord have mercy. Yep, it's 3. Woof. Alright, excuse me, folks. I got 3.7s that are down here. So I'm hoping this one's still okay. Okay, that feels right. But it feels like it's starting to get low. I know I didn't have these details in the original, but to be perfectly frank with you, I still don't know 100% what these chicks looks like. I'm still futzing around with it. And you gotta have your characters designed before you can start to try to put them on panels. So especially when they have hands this big. And I can't really draw hands. So, you know. But the point is that she's supposed to be leaning that right foot on the index finger, more or less. Which is why that one was supposed to be coming up there. Well, now is the time that's got to get fixed. All right, oh, hang on. Darren M says, stay warm and well. Awesome One says, can you complete a Lucent fan art drawing in 2 days? Bancroft is giving a prize cash of $500, $200, and $100, I think, soon. Yeah, I know. I saw it, Awesome One. I thank you for reminding me. I was staring at that piece of paper for so long. I was like, I don't even know where to start. I need to reread it. I have all of the, because I didn't get the second one yet. I think he started fulfilling, but I'm not gonna be able to do it in 2 days. I wanted to enter it when Shane first had on his very first Inglorious Rex campaign. I actually started to draw fan art before he even announced that there would be a, what do you call it there? Before he even announced that there was even going to be an art contest, I just wanted to draw him as Alex, Yancy as what's her name, and then Terry with a Rex of her own, and all of the Starlight cats are sort of floating around her. I haven't finished that yet. I started it on an 18 by 24 sheet of paper I have way over there, and I have not finished that in 2 freaking years. So, as you can tell, Awesome One, I am way behind. I am so very far behind. It's not even. But I appreciate that, man, because I really wanted to enter that art contest. That's one of the reasons that I wanted to start drawing again, was to be able to prepare myself for something like that and then actually go through with it. To be perfectly honest with you, I'm not even doing it to try to win them. I just want to be able to tense myself up sufficiently to be able to submit something that can be considered. I actually have a drawing that I finished for the. Well, I might as well show it to you guys. Hold on, let me move the mic a bit so I can see. It's going to involve the other screen. Oh, and I misspelled draw and jaw. Darn it, I'll have to fix that for the next one. But, hold on. Yeah, I can do it if it's just a folder. That won't be too much trouble. But yeah, there's another art contest that was run recently for Ripperverse 2. And as far as I understood it, I had finished it, And then I actually tried to submit it. I literally, all the last piece of it, all the last few things that I did for it were done up to about an hour before you could submit it that morning. I think it was July the 20 something or July the 12th. I can't remember exactly. But I know that as far as I understood it, it was done. And then when I tried to submit it, it wouldn't work. Everywhere that I tried to upload it, every way that I tried to upload it, every file type that I tried to submit it as, it just would not allow me to upload it. And there was still time, and I know it was still open because I emailed them and I asked them. And it was still, they were still taking submissions. But, as such, it was not. So, here's the last. Actually, no, I shouldn't do it that way. We'll do it that way. Well, I'll show you what it's coming off of. And then I'll go into that. Let me open it up here. Yeah, so if you guys can, wait, you guys can't see that yet because I forgot to change the screen still. Hold on, that's just dark side. Let's turn this off. Okay, so if you guys see that, that is the cover to Captain America 1 from many, many years before all of us were born. It's a great comic. So, I took this, and then I took this. Come on, move to the next one. Why don't you? Because I didn't want to. Then I took that, and then I made this, which is very, very hard to see there, I know. Hang on, let me try to darken it. So there's like a, you know, I also tried darkening stuff then to try to make it look more comic booky. And I thought, I even tried to submit it just as the pencil and paper without even trying to whiten it for a base. And that's one of my favorite covers of the back then. I mean, I know there's, you know, we all love all the Superman ones where he does the slap a jab and all that other crazy stuff because those covers are great. Even the Captain America was, but there's just something about this Captain America one punching out Hitler that it just fits. And I thought, well, why don't I have Isom and Yaira doing that, and Yaira can be flying in from that window? Wasn't there a window? Yeah, there is a window, but I missed the middle bars. I should probably try to include those, but in any case, so this was as far as that had gotten. Allow me to show you the last color bit of it that I did, where I was going to submit it. Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. One of the wisest sayings around, if I might say so. Alright, bear with me, I gotta track this down. There it is. Jeez, this was a pain to find. Because the thing is that there were some things about this that I had not changed at the time. But this is how I was going to submit it. And I'm still going to wind up sharing it on Twitter after I get through more of this stuff with the Rainbow Bright Lanterns and with Granny. Oh my goodness, now that she is a part of our lives. And then I'm going to change the flag to have the red from and across here because it'll make more sense. Because that way it'll be blue here, and then the Bloodruth power reflection can stand out. That's linking Isom and Yaira, which isn't according to works, but I'm also going to put a volume 1 here too, as you saw in the other drawing. So after that horrible disappointment, and my angering at my computer because I almost threw it out the window because I really wanted to enter that contest. Again, not to win, just because I really wanted to. I wanted to feel the confidence of actually feeling like, okay, I can get something from start to finish enough to enter a freaking art contest. And I even did a few times years ago on DeviantArt. If you guys ever saw a game called The World Ends With You, they actually did an art contest for that on DeviantArt, and I entered my drawings. They didn't get very far, but I just like drawing them. I just like coming up with the stuff. Years later, I repurposed all of those characters and redid their insignia, so it doesn't have anything to do with the game, but I'm gonna be able to use them for the in one of the comics I hope to get to do. But this is what it was going to be, and it will be at one point when I get to redo some stuff on here and submit it. Alright, let me see. Hold on. I missed something. What was that? What is this? Oh, I'm in the wrong side of the screen. Doggone it, that's why I couldn't see it. But seriously, also want to thank you on that. Hopefully, I can enter an art contest for the Lucent 3. That's a good comic he's got and some very good art he's doing. It's crazy good. Darren M says, comedy, the spice of life. It's okay to have a little heartburn. Yes, it is. Sometimes it is, yeah. And then Awesome One says, no problem, Grumpy was calling me Ancient One as well as last stream. Yes, I did do that, Awesome One. I apologize. I thought I had already, but in case I didn't, I do again and now. Because I did that a couple times and I'm like, wait a minute. I remembered after the stream was over, I'm like, well, I can't change it now. There's too many ones of y'all that are one. But that's not your fault, it's mine. And then got that. And Awesome One says, you're the Rob Liefeld of hands. In a manner of speaking, I claim zero shame to my game there. I know I can't draw hands, man. I'm not even trying to pretend like I can. See, the problem with Rob is that he pretended he could. Because he could draw all the other stuff so well, but the moment he got to those extremities, it just fell apart. I always felt bad for him, even though a lot of people just wanted to make fun of him. And Awesome One says, there's already some very professional pieces posted. Oh, I know. It's great stuff. Even in the contest itself, I mean. Yeah, I still have the page of the entries for the Rippaverse and for Lucent open. I think they're in my phone though. I don't think they're open on the computer. Because sometimes I just look through them because it's so cool to see other people's renditions and styles. You can even gain inspiration there. And I did even for some of that because there were a couple of the other entries I saw last year that kind of helped towards this and helped me think of putting Isam and Yaira in a Patriot situation. And by the way, I know you can't tell because I'm not very good at capturing this, but that is Mark Brooks as Hitler. And those are blue-haired land whales as the shock troopers, if you will. So that was the thing. And then Darren M says, great cover. Hey, nice stuff. Awesome One says, cool. That bubblegum. Bubblegum? Did I miss bubblegum? Oh, no. That wasn't bubblegum. I actually did do a fan art of Makani's bubblegum. But I'm going to do another one. I'll show you guys both of them when that's done. That's going to probably be early next year, maybe. Ancient One says, I'll be right back. And Darren M says, I like the July number 1. Good pencils and nice coloring after the pencils. Thank you, Darren M. And thank you for that. I actually put July number 1 not just because of the month, but because of when he started the first one, and of course his name. And that was sort of the point. I was trying to be quote unquote subtle. I feel bad for the mess that he's in right now, that whoever got him into, because there's no actual proof that Dick or Vito actually were the ones who started all this, but there's other stuff going on in there, and that's just a terrible situation. I wish he wouldn't have to go through, but he is, and we just pray for him that he'll get through it okay, and that the ministry and him can work something out so that maybe he can do a rename, and which won't do much for him for money, but the aftermarket on all of the items that can no longer be called regular just item will probably take off like crazy. But hopefully he'll get to work it out with them if they really do prove that the trademark is theirs and not his. I don't know. Their claim doesn't look super great, and even Ricada says that it's not super strong. But we don't know. We don't know what Dolores got in the cards, what challenges Eric has to climb, and what mountains he has to shoulder and boulder now. Oh, Darren M's. Oh, sorry. Awesome one says, I'm bad with names and rarely use anyone's names. I usually just say yo because I don't remember their names. I understand the feeling, Awesome One. I do. I do. Sometimes I have to go to just sort of a generality so I can be sure I'm addressing people and not just leaving them out of the conversation, which isn't very nice. So I try to do that so at least people know that I am acknowledging them. And Darren M says, Bancroft has problems there too, but he has good humor about doing hands. Yeah, he does. He does. And so I try to as well, because I know mine are terrible. I mean, you guys saw the one I drew on Granny. And you see how in trying to get around it by drawing giant and slightly smaller ones on these crazy chicks, it's also a way to, while running away slightly, it's just to practice and sort of fight another day, retreat and fight another day. Just get this down so you can get more of it in. Because look, I dare not show you what my hands used to look like if you think this is bad, which you should, because it is. But what they used to look like is beyond an embarrassment that I can even fathom. So I just, you guys can see this, we'll just leave it there. And then Darren says, yep, I got Eric at starting point, hence good call on that. Thank you. Thank you. Good call on that, and thank you for catching it, because I almost forgot it. Sometimes it goes that way. But yeah, that was my entry to be, and I'll just wind up sharing it on Twitter when I do some more fixing on it, because I do. Like, I'm gonna get rid of the I guess I'll put it back up for a second. I'm gonna get rid of that circle behind the 112 thrilling pages. There's a little circle behind there that I was gonna still color, but I'm gonna get rid of it, and I'll just have the orange bar go across, because that way it draws more attention to the blue-haired land whales back there. And then I have to change the Nazi Mad Broke Mark Brooks insignia too. It's a shame for me to have to call him that, but it's because he's acting this way so very gay. But more so because he wound up being such an incredible disappointment after being such a really, he's a good artist. I like his art style. It ain't perfect, nobody's is, but I like the way he draws. And it's just so disheartening to wind up having to deal with him that way. But alright, let's turn this off. Let's keep it going. Keep it moving. Actually, I'll turn off this too. Alright. There's all the reference material for everyone. Alrighty then. Let's do some more of this. But before we do that, let me take a swig of water for the working drawing man. Holy cow. It actually got warm enough in here above my waist for me to get thirsty. I'll take it. Alright, now I need another. I'm not ready for those claws yet. I'm just not. So when I get a 0.3, let's try to do all of this bone coming out of her tail. Well, it is her bone tail of sorts. And every divot on her tail has one of these, is encrusted with little red rubies. All right. Well, someone says, weird that a ministry would give themselves a bad name. I know, it's so odd, right? But the thing about it is that the way that the biggest problem in all of this is the way that, because it's not copyright that's the problem here, it's the trademark. And the way the trademark law is written, you have to defend it with every bit of virility that you have. You can't be nice, you can't work stuff out with people the way that it's written. It's very annoying, and I think that's what needs to get changed, because people should be able to work stuff out, because we're all human beings, and every other two of us is going to wind up thinking of the same thing. Not all of us are going to actually get to launch it, let alone at the same time. But for times such as that, as these, something should be in place where you can actually work stuff out with people. But that's the way they wrote. Now let me read the rest of Awesomeone's chat. Might be just a single greedy person, or maybe they don't want Isom's name associated with him since he uses some colorful language. Well, they tried to use that colorful language bit as part of the excuse, but it ain't flying. They're not going to be able to do that in court. The public court, maybe, but not the legal one. But I'm with the awesome one. There should be a better way for us as humans to be able to work through things like this. And allow me to adjust my chair because it has fallen again. There we go. At some point I'll have to get a new one. This is not it. And this thing I've only had for less than 2 years. And then Darren M says, I remember a Terry Gilliam drawing from a Monty Python book. I need to get me a few of those. I had one. It was unfortunately destroyed by accident, but I need to get that back. Terry Gilliam has some crazy things happening in his mind that he was able to actually put to paper. And Darren continues, where he draws a holy scene with the Virgin Mary, gets to the hands, they are bad. Then there are several hands drawn below that. Then the words, damn, 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 under the poorly drawn hands. Jeez. I've never seen that. I'd like to see that. Ancient One is back. And then Darren M says, hey there again, Ancient One. And I shall continue. Alright, it's a 0.3. I can get away with this. This will be the same color as these because it is another one of them hanging off of there. Might as well do it since I'm here. Why does it do that? Okay. One day I'll be able to do this with actual details. But for now, this will have to do. Alright, now let's keep going over here. It's almost too much of a separation, really. Darren says, I'll scan that picture for you, Grumpy, and I'll email it to you. I think you'll like it. Oh, thank you. And with a smiley face. Thank you, Darren. That'll be great. I shall very much enjoy it. Terry Gilliam is completely nuts, but in a good way, and he does his best to use his power for good. And we should all find ways to appreciate that, and anyone who does. I mean, I can't believe it, but we really have reached a point in humanity where you do have to actually appreciate the good guys, because they're not as much of a given as they used to be. And maybe being good about things shouldn't be so quote-unquote thankless. Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about everybody being affirmed every 5 seconds like all of the Marvel superheroines, but let's just find ways to express appreciation for those who choose to reject corruption and answer the call of good. Sorry, I know I sound like a pulp narrator saying stuff like that, but that is important to me. I want people to reject corruption. It's part of the mission statement. Oh, and I lost my train of thought there. I forgot. I was going to tell you guys that, and I'm probably going to add it to the channel soon. Those are the two sort of things for me to hang my hat on. They are, number one, resist corruption at every turn possible, and number two, it's going to be my art for your entertainment or bust. Those are two of the biggest reasons why I'm doing this. Other than I feel called by God to do it. He put this talent in me and had me hone it for this long. And I kind of half-stepped it, which is why I'm not where I should be. But now, trying to put it to use for good. I want folks to get entertainment out of what I make, and to be able to see something good in taking my approach to it. Maybe they can find a good way to find good in their lives, and what would you call it there? Pay it forward. Which, by the way, is not a bad movie. It's not a bad movie. That movie should be a mascot for Infinite Hope. I wonder if Nina's ever seen it. She's seen a lot of movies, but like me, has missed some poignant classics along the way somehow. I would say that seems to be a thing among folks who are foreign, but I'm not so sure that it is relegated to that. Alright, each one of those is not perfectly the same, but we'll fix that later, I think. Alright, good. Now that that is in, I can finish these lines. I'm also having some troubles with her thumb placement here with the big claw. I'm not sure. I gotta be sure of that before I try to ink it, because don't give yourself too much stuff to fix later if you can help it. Not if you can help it, no. Alright. We are now at some, what would you say, danger points with Eternal Dread here, so I think I'm going to pause on her now. If I see some other stuff, I'll come back over. But let me at least get these last couple things in. I may have to change Hopeless Misery's name because I didn't want Hope to be in any of their names, even though that was the first thing I thought of as far as an antithesis. I think I'm going to change it, but at the same time, it also should be a horrible sticking point for Hope herself. That what she literally lives for is the namesake of is being used in such a horrifying way. So I kind of want to keep the hopeless and the misery for that reason too, so that'll be an argument for my brain to have later. What she literally lives for is the namesake of is being used in such a horrifying way. Alright, okay, I think that works. Alright, now oh wow, is that right? Alright, give me a 5. I want to... Since I can't do her, at least since that's completed, let me do these little things around her. These little fire spires, if you will. This is the kind of thing you don't tend to see used much in the West. Because most power reflections, even magical ones, are put, or placed rather, at the hand or connected to the character in some way. But to have little floating things like this, floaty glowing things, listen to that marvelous vocabulary, but yeah, this is usually something that they do in the East, even in France. If you guys ever read Jade Man type comics or any, is that manja? Yeah, manja, which is what the Chinese word for it is, for their comic books, then you'll have run into stuff like this before. Because it's a cultural thing, and there's a particular symbol. If you ever see this, but upside down and curved this way, where it kind of looks like a reverse comma, that's kind of I think the symbol for Earth in Japanese and a couple of other Asian languages. And something similar, I think, represents it in it's either Hindu or something that's running around. I want to say India or Pakistan, somewhere around there. But I always thought stuff like that should be used more. Okay. And then Ancient One says, so, if Grumpy TM goes public, will Disney and DW go after Grumpy? Oh, I don't think they have anything to worry about with these characters. Some other characters that I made, I may have some trouble there, though, Ancient One. Awesome One. I did it again. Sorry. But yes, maybe. I'm still working on changing them because the stuff I noticed afterwards. But look, all of us kind of owe them a little bit for stealing Starlight Cats from Shane. That lady is unconscionable. Absolutely terrible. For stealing, like literally outright stealing Starlight Cats from Shane that way for Disney Junior. I mean, it's blatant. It's literally blatant. I wish Shane would sue, but I know that requires a lot of money. And, well, we've seen what having to be involved in lawsuits is doing to people. I mean, Eric July is going through one, but so is Nick Ricada. Because he's dealing with, what's that moron's name? The self-professed pedophile. Montagraph, that's a stupid name. What a stupid man. What a stupid, stupid man. It ain't no easy thing. Darren M says Gilliam is crazy, but very talented and seems to be a good chap. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's crazy, but he knows it, and he does his absolute darndest to use his crazy for good. And that's all I want. Just use your powers for good. Don't use them for evil. If only Hollywood could learn that, but, you know, they are the villains, so that's what we're dealing with there. Darren M adds, to Craig Ferguson, your points: 1. Resist corruption at every turn possible, and B. My art is for your entertainment or bust. Love how he did it, the 1B 3D thing. Good laugh. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I love Craig Ferguson. Which is another reason I can't stand Stephen Colbert. That's Craig Ferguson's job. Heck, he should have got the Tonight Show. That's what he should have got. That's the closest thing, and he is far from him. But that's the closest thing we've ever had to Johnny Carson, or someone that can do that in the modern age. And again, he's far from Johnny Carson, but there isn't anyone better out there for late night. And that stupid moron that they brought over from England, what is it? Lobdell, Cordell, something. I can't even remember. I don't like that guy. I don't like him at all. And I come to find out that he's basically a male Ellen. He hates everyone and mistreats everybody. He's awful. James Corden, I think it is. But yeah, Craig Ferguson, that's the guy. That should have been the guy. He was the guy. He's still the guy. And Hollywood sucks forever. Darren M says, good work on the Chinese there. I applaud you. Sure, thank you. I'm not very good at that. But that's just something I noticed, because when I was little, well, like I said, Saturday morning cartoons, Saturday and Sunday afternoon Kung Fu theater. That was a good chunk of my childhood. With impertinent interruptions. Actually, if I do it that way, it will look like it makes no sense, and that's kind of what I want for them. Alright, never mind. Sorry, random thought there. But yeah, that's where, whatever of this stuff really comes from. Actually, if you guys can get hold of it, because I don't have a way to... I don't have it, and I need it. But I mean this for you guys to actually see it. There's a movie called The Storm Riders. It's from the, I want to say, late 90s, early 2000s. I think it's late 90s. I believe it was Golden Harvest, but I can't remember exactly. That movie has better effects than everything that happened in Hollywood, except for Blade, until the MCU started. The special effects in that thing were just fun. There's this one. The main characters are called Cloud and Sky. It is based on a Chinese manga. I don't think it was a Jade Man comic because I think Tony Wong had closed up a shop by then. But a bunch of other artists rose up in his place, and they still do comic books in China that aren't necessarily common. It's just mostly like sort of Buddhist based. So you would sort of have level ups of what you kind of find in Street Fighter in a character like Dalsim, stuff like that. But yeah, it's called the Storm Riders. Great fights, fun stuff. A lot of people at the time said, "Man, this is like the Chinese Matrix," and I'm like, "It's not bad." I might have to seriously consider calling it the Chinese Matrix. It was definitely close to that. But I rather enjoyed that movie. I meant for that to be small. Ah, here it is. This is the line I was looking for. I couldn't find it to join it from the other side. And since I made them two, and they each have those two little hovering things, which I forgot to put on the third one. Dagnammit, I think I did. Hold on, let's go check. I don't think I put them. No, I didn't because I still didn't know exactly what the third ones were going to be. But essentially, when the three of them join up, then those little hovering things combine into other things. So there'll be the skull here, the infinite symbol. And each one of the side ones will also then have the power to grow another one. So it'll be back here. So when there's three of them, it'll be even worse and more spectacular. Which I know just gives me more stuff to do, but I gotta do it. Someone says, I haven't been paying attention to the big CG guys. I mostly watch the smaller channels. Yeah, I mean, well, you know pretty much what's going on with the big CG guys and Jack's show. So it's good to go watch other folks. Like American Discord. I like his stuff. I really like he is seemingly to me perfected 90s style drawing. Like he's got such a nice blend of what everything that I grew up looking at is like. Oh. Speaking of that. I had to go peruse through my basement again because I had to clean some stuff up down there. And there was a story I was trying to remember for years. It was in an Elseworlds in DC in the 90s, probably mid to late. And I couldn't remember if Chuck Dixon had written it or not. I kept thinking he had. And I was like, okay, well, this is a Batman story where he's actually a ninja with Robin and Catwoman. Then they're actually in feudal Japan. Where the heck is this book? Well, this is why I couldn't find it by looking in Batman. It's because it was a Robin. And there's Catwoman down there. There's Robin there, and there's Batman over there. It's a Robin Elseworlds. And it was done by Chuck Dixon. Some of you will recognize that. But I also found this. The very first time I actually tried to draw Supergirl, it was off of this cover, and I only drew it down to about the fist. And it looked pretty awful, but I basically just blew up that scene. I don't know what folder it's in now, but I'll show it to you guys at some point. I might be able to find it. But I'm gonna do this again, and Lord willing, I'm gonna draw the whole cover. I'm gonna homage it too, just because I really like this comic book. It had some funny stuff in it. But I also ran into this, which I'm going to use for, I think, the three of them possibly in a cover. Which was also Chuck Dixon and Grummett and Kreising. But this is what I mean about spoiler. I want spoiler to be spoiler again. Just be spoiler again. And this is Old Robin. Good times, folks. Good times. Wait, hold on. Something's going on in the chat that I missed. What is this? What is this? Oh, yeah. So Darren M says, yes, James Corden. Yeah, that's the guy. I can't stand him. And I do love Ferguson. I always will. And let's see. Also one says, I stopped watching the late night when Letterman and Jay retired. Dude, you did right. You did right. I would only say take in some Craig Ferguson doing the CBS Late Show, because I think you might actually enjoy that. Don't bother with anybody else. None of the Jimmys. None of them. They're not worth it. They just are not worth it. And then let's see. Oh, and then Darren M also says, check out some Ferguson on YouTube. Good stuff. Yeah, he is on YouTube. You can get him there. And then Darren M says, Storm Riders English dub. Oh, it's on YouTube? Son of a gun. Good find. Well, when you get a chance, watch that too. I know I already gave you enough between X-Bomber and Firestorm. And then also says, my parents bought me a comic magazine when they visited Hong Kong some 20 years ago. Art was beautiful and couldn't read a lick of it, but it was still cool having it. Yeah, it is. They are. They really are. Yeah, I actually have a bunch of Jade Man comics in one of my my comic boxes out in the hallway, but I stacked them and I forgot to label them, so I don't know which one they're in. But yeah, guys, hit that link and take it and check out that Storm Riders. That's a fun movie. The dub was probably fine. I tend to like to watch them subbed. And then Darren M says, actually English subtitles so you can hear Mandarin. Oh, okay, he says it does have sub on it. Awesome one says he does not watch a Jack Show. That's perfectly fine. No worries there. I don't tune in every week, but some weeks they have some funny stuff. But I don't blame you. Not everything they have is for everyone. Trust me. Says you have to change the channel. Oh, and then Ancient One says, Trickster Raid. Darren says, hello, Raiders. I say, Hola and hail to you, Trickster511. Thank you for coming. Trickster says, woo. Oh, parentheses, Dexter. Sorry, I missed that. And then Ancient One says, yep, Grumpy, I was also on Dexter's live stream, hence why I have the honors to post this rating hashtag. And thank you all for the raid. I most appreciate it. Very, 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 very much. It's always cool stuff. Then also one says Bancroft, Shelby. Yes, Shelby. I couldn't remember his last name. Bancroft, Shelby, Phil Diaz, Narwhal, Camel Moon, and maybe Rob if he's healthy and willing to stream. Yeah, because let's face it, he's not always healthy, let alone willing to stream. Yeah, I like all those guys too. They're pretty darn great. And Ancient One says he makes 2D animations among speed drawings. Oh, cool, Trickster511. Excuse me, parentheses, Dexter. I shall be rolling over to your channel momentarily. So thank you for coming over. And then Trickster says, "Cool comics." Yeah, I think so too. They're fun to have. They inspired me to try a lot of things that I was not able to do when they came out, and I still am not. But they keep me moving toward them. I really like Kessel and Grummet style back then, which is very similar to how Dale Keown was drawing at those times. Also, if you remember Pitt, and when he was doing the Hulk, which was some of the best work I've ever seen on the Hulk. And then also says, "I liked Jimmy until it seemed he was pandering to all of the wrong people before we knew what all of the fake woke wankery was." Yeah, Jimmy has. You're talking about Jimmy Reyes, right? He does seem to have. I don't want to say pivoted, but he changed a little bit. Like when I guess when they started to, let's say, for lack of a better term, move him up in CG a little bit. I mean, he definitely qualifies for Kings because he did work in the industry, but yeah, then it seems it gets a bit more of the rage of the Panderverse. I finally get that joke, by the way, awesome one. Thank you for that again. But yeah, no hate for his game, but I need less stress in my life. And as much as I'm very much for calling out the nonsense, I need breaks from even that from time to time. Alright, let me get back to some of this. Darren M says, "Onward and forward." All someone says, "Fallon." Fallon, whatever the last names are, all of the Jimmys are worthless, completely and utterly useless. They bring nothing good to the table. And I used to like Fallon a bit. I don't hate him, but he's definitely gotten jaded by getting moved up to that from freaking Saturday Night Live after doing what, like a movie? Maybe? I'm sorry, but he just didn't deserve it. I get that NBC was trying to quote unquote reach the younger crowd. If they did reach him, it hasn't shown. I have no idea. Oh, hang on. I think that's actually her hair. So let's get these lines in. Hold on, because this isn't supposed to look like a chainsaw. It's gotta look like crackling flames. Whereas her hair strands are supposed to look like that. Okay, good. Although they do kind of look like fireworks, so I better give them a little bit of crackle. I mean, some hair does get a little frizzy. Ask anyone with curly hair. Those are obnoxious maintenance days. One of my exes had hair like that. Alright, that side of that. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. A little more over here. Okay, that side of that thing is not yet done. I gotta do this. But yes, those are the days. I want for those days of comics to come back. I want to set fire to the whole of the industry, burn out all of the cancer, and get this show back on the road. That's what I want to do. But doing that is going to require a lot more than what I got now. I really shouldn't be doing this with a 0.5. Let's bring a 3 to the game. Okay, now we got something. Alright, spirally. Awesome one says it will take an apocalypse. At the very least, it will take that much energy to deal with this nonsense. That is the level of energy that is required to burn the evil out of this industry. Or all of these people that have all of this talent pulling their heads out of their butts and getting beyond their silly little egos, banding together to fell the beast, which they won't. I just don't think they will. Anna could light the fire under all of their butts to actually do that, but she has her own life to lead. She can't just be worried about all of these boys all the time on her own. And I am not talking about the people that are actually currently in the industry. I'm talking about all this talent that we're staring at right now. If everybody could actually band together, we could do so much better. Just come together as a temporary unit to show people what the heck comics are for, what they are about. Let them sell in the millions again for a minute because, you know, people are writing them well and talented artists are drawing them again well. Whether it's all of the legacy characters that we know or their own. Their own characters would sell well in the mainstream if we could only bypass this accursed communism. Or communistic cancer that we're having to deal with now in this industry. It's quite ridiculous. Okay. Alright, I still don't know what I'm going to do with her finger there, so I have to cut this off right here. I think I measured it correctly by thinking it was gonna curve right around here. Awesome one says it'll take an apocalypse. And awesome one adds, sin rears its ugly head. It does indeed, it does indeed. Darren M. sings, come together right now over comics and maybe some other stuff. Really, Darren M., you could just substitute all that for entertainment. Because that's really what's completely upside down right now. It is the whole of entertainment. Some people are trying desperately, and I do mean desperately, to do it in a way that people used to enjoy. But other people who have gotten themselves into power over those people are telling them to just go full communist on it instead. There's great disruption in the land of entertainment. There is a disturbance in the whole of that force. And it needs to get corrected. There's nothing to disagree about other than entertainment is crap and we need to make it good again. Who wants to pay for entertainment just to be made depressed again? You're going to the stuff to get away from the insanity of the world, not to be yelled at about it even more. That's why it's called escapism, because everybody needs a little bit of it from time to time. But if you can escape, then these psychopaths don't get to yell at you, so in their book, they're not getting their points across, if you will. Alright, that's done too. I will take it. Alright, I'm going to do a little bit more on this and then we're going to switch to Granny. The little more being just the straps. That'll require, I think, probably a point. No, we could do a 0.5 on those. So, I just got to get the main lines. Because if not, all this stuff will just rub off on the page behind in front of this in the book, and it will make a freaking mess that I don't need. Maybe I should use a 0.7 for this. And these will be semi-sheer also. Because if I erase the stuff that these are covering, I'm not going to remember it. I know me. And I think her color is going to be sort of blue teal-ish. Since the one back there, I think I'm going to keep green. Whereas this one will have red. Potentially pink. According to what I was doing with Kenjac Ben, her skin might be blue and her hair purple and red, but I think I'm going to have regular human-y looking skin and then maybe save the coloration for other forms. Maybe when things get worse. So that might be what'll happen there. Because of course when you come up with characters like these, you can't possibly stop here. Alright. That's the other problem. Her hand is supposed to be on her waist under these things. So that's another reason I have to make this kind of sort of see-through. which they're magical creatures. I'm sure they can come up with stuff like that. But I will find a way to adequately explain it. I just don't have it yet. Okay. Where is this line? Oh my gosh. I think it's here. Alright. Thank God, at least that's in. Let me do these before we start on graining. Oops. That's an oops. An oops we'll have to deal with later. But these are part of the road now. Okay. Final decisions still have to be made about this area. But at least that's far enough on these for now. I'll take a process shot of that later. And let's get to the title card, shall we? Oh, Darren M says, to hear the message, as the drinker would say, 100%. And then Darren M adds, FYI, blue teal is a Nina favorite color scheme. Matchy matchy. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot she likes that. I'm still going to keep Infinite Hope's hair blue, but one of these girls has to have a blue scheme because the other one's got red and white and the other one's got green and something. But given that, Darren, we may just make it teal since this is a character that would be for her. Alright, let's pull back a bit. Zoom out, as it were. Do I have the other light? I need a light overhead here, but that is not possible at this time. Man, that little heater thing really, it did a nice number on the cold here. Hang on. Got to deal with this for a second. Sorry, I have to literally put this right in front of the camera, but oh my gosh, this is hard. Alright, I think that did the job though. Alright, that's enough of those. forgot I had to go in here. Okay, so had some issues there where I need for those to keep curling this way. So I think I'm going to leave that particular mountain alone for now. I'm going to deal with fire here, fire here, fire here, fire here, here and here and here. I got planet spitting out fire over there, but you can't really see it because of that light. But let's see if we can't do something about that. What, I have to be at least 5. I think I don't have the base correct yet for the fire, so. So I'll just at least do the fire. Since this is supposed to be sort of fire getting sort of bursting from the ground here, or whatever this base is going to wind up being, which I wish I could do in more intricate detail. Let's just get in the flame itself, shall we? If I move this. I don't know what it is about fire, but it's just when I try to ink it, I can never completely follow the path I set with the pencil. Not quite. Oh jeez, I was going to miss the 7th day. Let's make sure that doesn't happen. Okay. Someone says, fire needs no path, it's fire. That's a very good point. And I think that's kind of why I wind up doing that. Because I just sort of see other lines that could be there, so it's like, oh, well, let me do that. And when fire walks, get out of the way. So when I go to do it, where I saw one thing before, I won't necessarily see that when I come back. All right, let me try one more time because can't really see anything that I'm doing that way. Because it's like the... Sorry, I have to keep moving the camera around so much, but... I gotta get in here. And I'm afraid of knocking the darn thing over. Kinda like that, actually. Jeez, stop that. Awesome One says, I failed making fire during a time in the woods. We had to just use wood and whatnot to make a campfire. I made a smoke but no flame. Did I have that? Yeah, actually. Yeah, I didn't make it the first time I was asked to make fire either. I still can now because I kept trying, doggone it. And eventually the Lord said, yeah, you can do it. And so there it went. But I know we can all make fire now. Sadly, not most of us in America can make fire now. If the grid in this country actually falls for more than a week, I don't want to be here. These people don't know how to live. But then again, I'm not in the city, and that's where the problems will come first. Because a lot of the people that live out in the country live out there because they know how to, but not everyone. Like here, I'm more or less 2-3 hours away from the Appalachian mountain range that touches the bottom of Pennsylvania, basically. So at least I can run in that direction if it needs be. So yeah, man, more of us need to actually know how to survive. Because we really don't. Alright. This little tower of power is completed. That's one. Darren says, nice area, Grumpy. Thank you, sir. Awesome one says, young people don't know how to suffer. No, they don't. They really don't. Heck, I don't know how to suffer, and I use it properly for good. You dang Skippy, that's how it's got to be. That is how it's got to be, man. Well, young people grew up getting told, oh, you're so special. The world owes you. And I'm not even talking about the communist parents, let alone the ones that don't know it. And yet worse, the ones that claim it. Because let me tell you guys something, as a Dominican who grew up in the 80s in the Dominican Republic and then came here, I never ever imagined that I would live in America where any American from any side of the street or any side of politics would ever utter the phrase, any phrase, that would be positive towards communism. I never thought that was possible. I never thought that was a thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not like I thought communism was defeated when the walls fell or nothing. Because you know what evil does. It just crawls back into the shadows like the roaches and bides its time. But I never thought that they'd be able to go there. And then I started reading fiction. And I started thinking it was possible. Once I got into high school. And I even thought back then, it's possible a time could come when enough people might be fooled into believing communism is actually a good thing in this country. But prayerfully, it never will, or I won't even be around for that. Oh, how wrong I was. All right, let's move over to the other side. We did a little bit there, but I still don't know exactly how to do the base, so we'll wait. Let's go behind dark side and get this fire stoked here. The other thing I gotta do is what, Ancient One. Bane the Barbarian was here last night for a while, I think, while you weren't. Oh, Darren N says, I feel the same, Grumpy, same in Canada. Yes, it is. In certain aspects, it's even worse in Canada. But on the same token, I also feel that it's better because it seems like Canadians are slightly more willing to listen to reason than Americans have been in decades. I mean, now there's a lot of people kind of sort of catching on, and there's certainly a lot of Canadians that would never dream of voting for Trudeau ever again. Like X-Ray Girl, for example. She says she got the first time, but she will never vote for that guy again. She's a lovely Canadian. But yeah, so at least there's that. Let's see if I can cover the rest of this. We're almost there. But yeah, man, it's just, even though it's bad out there, it really literally could be worse every second of every day. This much is very true that I do believe. But it could also be better, and I wish we would make more strides for that. Young people got, and if they ever realize how robbed they've been, I don't know what they will do with themselves. And by that, I'm talking about the reaction that a lot of the, not all of them, but a lot of the tea community that gets fooled into being thus, being told that they are when they certainly are not, which because it's not possible, but anyway, for kids to think that. 42% of them, I think their most recent number was, wind up self-deleting, which is absolutely terrible. Like, see, here, I had the fire going a completely different way, and now I gotta change it. Because it doesn't look like it makes sense anymore. It is supposed to be rising after all. But yeah, it's an awful thing. Most unfortunate, but keep these young folk in prayer. Keep these countries in prayer. Because look, as evil as Hamas is, the real enemy there is Hezbollah. I mean, for crying out loud, Israel practically created Hamas with help from several of our favorite governments. where we all live. And that's only literally to say that. And I know there's a better way out and around this problem than what is being taken, but you know how those globalists are, guys. This is their thing. They absolutely cannot get enough of this stuff. Alright, so there will be a fire rising within and around Darkseid in this picture when it's all said and done. I'll try to not keep them just orange. I'll try to put some yellow in the flame and then like a darker orange somewhere on the outer side to try to make it look like there's some sort of light being played with in there. Alright, so that's that for there. We're going to go over here. Ancient One says 3-hour mark. Thank you, sir. Darren M says she is. Bless X-Ray and Mark the Cyborg. Yes, bless X-Ray Girl and Mark the Cyborg. Although, let's face it, Mark the Cyborg already got his blessing by getting to marry a fine woman like that. I joke around with him. He's a really cool guy. Good on him. Good on both of those. Good pair of young people that need to get on with it. And they are. Alright, now you can actually kind of see where we're going to finalize it, and I'm just going to have to live with it as it comes, because it's a planet on fire there. Or it's not on fire, it's just spitting it. But I'll show you. Just bear with me. I'm using a 0.7 to try to get the outer edge. And unfortunately I drew it where I was marking down when I started inking it, so we'll deal with that. Well, in Photoshop it'll go away, so will that. This will stay. Alright. So here's the fire coming out like 3 miles above the ground on the planet, because that's what a fire pit does. I mean, I don't know if you guys ever thought about it, but it's just like the first time I saw an image of Apokolipse itself so very long ago, and I just saw those things spitting fire up what had to be miles into the darn sky, it just kind of froze me in place. This is a horrible place. I don't want to be there. I don't even think I want to read about the people that are there, but it turns out I did, because, you know, Darkseid, Granny herself, the Furies, Big Barda, Miracle Man, everybody. Gotta see what's going on over there. But yeah, Apokolipse is an absolutely terrible and terrifying place I never want to visit. I don't know how Batman does it. There's supposed to be something of a border or a circle around here, so I'll have to make that. And there has to be a second level to it, so I have to make that, which I had forgotten to when I was drawing it as pencils. So I'll just have to fix that later. I'll just push it out. And then we'll just have to make stuff go down into there. So these will be orange rivers of death across what's left of this planet, because clearly there can't be anybody alive in this place. And there's something that they do to the fire pits in Apokolipse where it helps them hold everything together. Darren M says, so right, Grumpy, on Hezbollah. Rabbi doesn't even go too deep into that, I understand. But don't worry, Darren M, YouTube's not looking at me now. If I had a couple of thousand subs, I probably would not mention that. Because let's face it, they won't like it. They just won't. Darren says he went over to Balls for a moment. Spiking Madness says his best. Oh, thank you. Tell him hi. Spiking Madness is good people. Lively chat over there. There always is a lively chat over there. I told them to swing by if they like. Well, thank you for that. We'll hang around. I'll be here. But Ballers usually goes pretty late, so I don't know. That is a weekly party a lot of people don't want to miss. I don't understand why Patrick does. I feel for him. Because I think he made a bad decision based on the bad hearsay from other people. I like Patrick in general. Yes, I know he can be a little passive aggressive. I've been there. I've been able to get past it, and I'm pretty sure he will too. And despite all of this, I still like Patrick. Patrick has made some pretty cool books that I rather enjoy and want to keep reading. I don't think he should be split off from everybody else like this. And fie on them who caused this. Fie on their house. On the whole of their house. For doing this nonsense. Not on Dale. I know most of this is really Dale's fault because he's the one who really took some whispers from some dirt worms, as some people might call them, and reacted badly to Patrick and Whitney just trying to do something cool. The one problem with that is if it had gone off, then I wouldn't have been able to back the campaign at all because of my situation. But losing Patrick in that aspect is not worth it. Alright, now, sorry about that. I need a little bit more fire right here. Awesome one says you go late. I do. I just mean that they, I think they usually go later than I do. I gotta go back and listen to Ricada's stream from yesterday and tonight. I did Crowder, but I gotta do Alex Jones too. And I'm gonna go back and listen to Ballers probably tomorrow while I'm trying to stream again. Because I'm trying to stream before Megatron comes on. And he's gonna start probably around noon, maybe 1 o'clock, because it's gotta be Mountain Time. And honestly, guys, I didn't think I would stream for as long as I have on some of these occasions. But the thing about it is, this is a time when no one asks me any questions, and I can just do stuff. There are no requests coming my way for anything. Makes me more tired later, but it's worth it to get the practice in to draw. Okay, good. Alright, the planet is essentially in. Let me do these sort of nebulous kind of lines real quick. Can I get a one in the chat if you hate YouTube drama? Because I know I friggin' do. Oh my gosh. YouTube drama is the most useless and mindless thing that people allow themselves to succumb to over complete and utter nonsense all the time. I think the first one I wound up having to experience was Mecha abruptly exiting Midnight's Edge. I'm still mad about that. At both of them. That could have been resolved in a much better way. But I love them both, and so I will choose no sides. And I never did. Alright, nebula, gases. All that fun, all that jazz. Come on down. One more nebula line. That'll do. Darren M says 1. Oh, someone says uno. Darren M says, I remember that. I know you must. I remember that too. With loads and loads of rage in my heart still. And then Darren M says, passive aggressive. Nothing more passive aggressive than a Scottish woman. Parentheses as per Craig Ferguson. That's a callback from earlier. Yes, indeed, sir. And a good one, I might add. A very good one. Awesome one says, even our peoples do drama. Ugh. Price of having too much free time, I guess. Ugh again and right again. Awesome one. Oh, it makes me so freaking mad. It just drives me up the literal wall. Like, what are you doing? Do you understand what you're doing? This time that you're wasting with the stupid misunderstanding that isn't a thing? That you're sitting there wasting time that you could be using to actually defeat the enemy by fighting amongst ourselves. They fight in CG, they fight in FNT, they fight in G&G, they fight in World Class. They fight all over the fandom menace, which, frankly, that's the way I'll always describe it. And that includes people who've been in this game longer than everybody else, like Razorfist, Rippa himself. There's other folks that have been on YouTube for 13, 15 years. But the thing is, it all culminated and honed itself, forged itself, I should say, into the steel that everybody is now when the fandom menace was made a thing by those idiots actually having the stupidity to say the name. They said it on camera, and that's when it took off. When I go back and look, because I wasn't on YouTube at the time, I was still nursing potential loss of sanity at trying to understand what it is that I witnessed in those first 2 sequel Star Wars movies. It wasn't until 2020 that I came to YouTube and I started to understand, oh, this is what happened. So I mostly missed the beginning of Comicsgate. I completely missed Gamergate. And they're still trying to stir that one up. And I didn't find Nina till late 2020, and I think by then she had just started Infinite Hope. So I missed the whole thing of her coming on to YouTube with John Talks, even the rise of Anna, the rise of Malin, the rise of Shelby, even of excuse me. Of all these folks in Australia, even the rise of Liam. Yeah, I missed all of that. Every once in a while, I'll go back and watch some of those older streams wherever they exist just to sort of try to understand the situation. But it's going back and seeing stuff like that that helps me understand even more why Ancient One watches where he does and doesn't watch where he doesn't. Trust me, bro. I get it. Things should be way better in that association. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, all of this stuff is the fandom menace. Even Allura. I don't know if you guys watch Well, I don't know, because not that many people are watching Star Wars content these days, but I still do because I still like it, despite what Disney's doing to it. But if you guys watch OG Star Wars girl Aloha over on her channel, she still does uh, Coffee and Star Wars every Thursday around noon, around 11, whenever she can start it. I actually got to get in there yesterday for a little bit. Just trying to put some stars up here now. Let's see. Awesome One says Mecha Random lol. Yeah. So unfortunate, all of that. And then he says Fandom Menace. Walton, well. Yep. That's another weird split. But I like Walton too. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's a decent guy. And I think people kind of snuffed at him badly. Yeah, he made a bad call. He made a bad decision with that one video. And he literally almost entirely paid for it with his channel, which was a little bit too harsh, if you ask me. But he's not bad people. And the short jokes just moved over to comics division after that. But yeah, for me, all of this is always going to be the Fandom Menace. Whether you're CG, FNT, G&G, WCBS, or any other CSF Nation, which is where I wound up, or any other splinter, Nina, Force Allied, Midnight Sage, all these guys, all these people, Open Airlock Policy, Carolyn, everybody. It's all Fandom Menace. It's all because there was a Fandom Menace that all the rest of this stuff is. Okay, it's thin, but at least it's a connection. Let's see if I can do the same here. I don't want to override the pencil, but oh well. Okay, does that look like a planet spitting fire with too many stars in the background that shouldn't be seen? Yes, it does. Darren M says you didn't miss much. There was a lot of strife and such in the beginning. It was weird. Yeah, I imagine it as I watch these streams when I still see people like Tentative and Irwin? Yeah, I can't remember his name. The guy that does he's even started streaming again. He streams from Hawaii. Let alone Mike, who is drawing Shadiversity's comic right now. Oh, and then also someone says, "Oh, I only found out about CG and Gary around 2020." Yeah, that me too. I think I only used YouTube for game walkthrough and help guides before that. Yeah, effectively me too. And Angry Joe, who has also turned out to be a massive freaking disappointment. I always suspected that he had weird politics, but I never imagined they were going to be like this. The thing about Angry Joe is that he does seem actually willing to talk from time to time. But it's still not good. It's not good. Alright, and I think I'm going to have them cube things up there, so I'll have to cut that off there. Oh dear. Oh, how do I do this? Alright, let's just go here. Alright. Oh, I should probably explain. Darren M says comics. Ian K is cool. Yeah, I like him. If you guys like Madness of Entertainment Talk, he does Monday, well, now, because it used to be the other thing, but now it's Mondays and Thursday nights on Comics Division's channel. He does Monday Meltdown and Thursday Night Throwdown, and he completely moved the politics outside of anything that Bob Iger brings in, because you know he does, to Wednesdays on Rumble, because YouTube was wrecking his channel. It really was. So he does Yelling Apart Cars Wednesday nights now, which is in competition with too many things, so I'm like changing between 3 and 4 channels trying to catch up with streams Wednesday nights. So I'm like, I can't do this. This is worse than television. There literally are too many people to watch. I can't do it. I can't hang. And then Awesome Was says, looks like a blueberry zit has. Looks like a blueberry has a zit popped. Oh, you know, that is very similar to what Apocalypse looks like in orange. But yeah, let me show you what I meant by these cubes. Where's that room? Oh, not that one. This one. Okay, so if you look at the top right there, over in this area, you know how Darkseid had. There's not every iteration of his quote-unquote throne room has them like this, but quite a few of them do. Because you know how he likes his infinite whatever formula. I always forget what you call it. Because it's something fancy and prancy, and I do like it, but still. That's what I'm trying to add there. In sort of like above her shoulder, each of her shoulders, more or less. And then also says, Angry made friends in Hollywood, so he was influenced by them. Yeah, a lot of them have, but I wouldn't say they've all taken into the influence of it, because the problem with getting contacts is if you let it sort of rule you, then you start to... You're talking about Angry Video Game Nerd? Anti-life. Yes, thank you. The anti-life equation. I love the name, but more often than not, I forget it for some obnoxious reason that I don't understand. And also it says, I was actually big into podcast audio ones, versions for years until culture ruined me. I think culture ruined all of us, because he puts on a nice simple little thing where you know you're not going to get any fluff. It's just going to be fun. Sometimes there'll be good news, sometimes there'll be bad news, but you know culture is coming from a good place. I love Culture Casino. Culture Casino is a big part of the reason of why I can actually stream at all. Huge part. Not the only part, but he has a very big slice of that pie. Bigger than I think most other people's. Yeah, and then also says Angry Joe. Oh, Angry Joe, you meant? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. All right. He did, because that's how he actually. What I was going. That goes to my point actually. Then good, awesome one. So, the one of the issues with him is just like you said. He actually did get some contacts in Hollywood, but I like to put it more like it's not that he made contacts, it's that they found someone useful. So he's sort of on a leash, like a lot of other people, like a lot of the scoopers. Not all of them. Like Mikey Sutton, God rest his soul, I never had considered him to be this. I thought his stuff was honest and true and came from him just sort of stumbling into stuff like he used to. But there's a lot of people like Randolph and all of these other nuts and shills that are just that. They don't want to lose I mean, that's what apparently happened to Collider, as I understand it. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know the whole thing there. But people like Campia and them, who I'm eternally angry at for what he did to Robert Meyer Burnett, because he was the one person that actually stuck up for Robert Meyer Burnett just to years later turn around and do the same thing to him, which is bullcrap. Absolute garbage. I'm supposed to be drawing. I know. Let me get back. Let me pull back. But you guys can see that in that room. Let's put it back to normal before I tangent again, as I do tend to. All right, so let me pull back because now we're gonna do more. Ooh, camera's going to fall. Can't have that. All right, there. No, we're gonna get these people out for that. But yeah, I just I don't like the scoopers because their whole thing is entirely dependent on who is providing them the scoop, and they have conditions. Those conditions are talk nice about the product or you lose access. Like all the Disney scoopers, which is that whole thing is ridiculous. But yeah, I don't like the scoopers because their whole thing is entirely dependent on who is providing them the scoop. Ooh, that line is very thick. I gotta be careful here. Have conditions. Those conditions are talk nice about the product or you lose access. Like all the Disney scoopers. But yeah, so what wound up happening is, so that they don't lose their access, they always shill. They just shill. It's all they know how to do, and it is maddening. Let me see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if this is 8 here, I need to place this around here for it to be sort of equal. So as you can see, I was way off by placing it over that way. Alright, let's go over here. Oh, wow. Alright, I gotta drop this line a lot lower than I thought I did. So as you can see, I was way off by placing it over that way. I still might have to redeal with this inside Photoshop, but for now, we're just going to take it as it is. Well, yeah, that's my problem with those folks. Darren M says, be right back. Awesome one says, same with Kevin Smith. I love listening to his podcast. I did too, until he ultra cucked. Anna literally told him to grow up and be a man, and his response was, I don't want to. Whew. I still can't process that. I don't want to be a man. That was for my dad. I'm like, how is that going to be your response to someone that would normally on most given days not even exist to you? Like, what is... There's something wrong there with that guy. And his friends, too. I still can't tell if they were laughing with him, laughing at them, or nervous laughing at themselves because they feel like he does, and it sounds so ridiculous coming out of his mouth. They're worried about what it would look like to other people, possibly. I don't know. But it was bad. It was just so bad. That whole thing is just so terrible. Okay. Alright, let us commit to other things I don't want to commit to by putting these lines in. I Can't wait to see Mama Bear's version of this, because she's going to put a parademon peeking in a window somewhere on hers. Okay. Wait, where did I leave it? Uh-oh. Ah, that's right. Lord, what time is it? Okay, I made it just in time. Excuse me, guys, just 1 second. Oh, come on, we gotta get this out of the way. Actually, I don't even need that on, I just need these. It's over in like 10 minutes. Bear with me just a bit, guys. I just gotta get this out of the way, or it'll melt my leg off later, and that will be bad. Very bad, I might add. Alright. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Faster, faster, faster. Get out of there. But yeah, Kevin Smith, what a turd. I don't even have another way to put it. Just what a turd. That guy wound up being worse than the people he clearly sucks up to. Fight or run. Okay. Let's see if we can at least do a couple of these and claim, 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 claim it. Oh. Alright. Oh, darn it. Okay. It looks like I actually ran out, so give me a second here. I'm going to be right back in about 2 to 3 minutes because I need to actually go get some more water. Oh, Darren M says, yep, water run had to do the same, and I'm back. Excuse me. That caught me very much off guard. Alright, where the heck was I? Trying to commit to lines. Now I'm not entirely sure I can commit to. Arg. I may still have to fix the bottom there in Photoshop. Oh, this will be the end of it. I may just do them. I was thinking about maybe putting the throne like right there behind her, which is kind of where these lines were supposed to be pushing to, but I'm not so sure. These things aren't quite perfectly whatchamacallit either. Alright, let me see. Let me look this over a bit, just a bit. Let me see here. Great. By the time I come back, that'll be nice and done and ready. How quite do I deal with this? How now, brown cow? Alright. Commit! Alright. That's pretty much all we got left here, so. I forgot I was supposed to be twisting and curving these a bit, so they don't look quite right. Alright, let's come out here a bit and then do this little trapezoid thing. So they did this in the animated series to split up lines in APOKOLIPS like all the time. I might need to make another one there, but let's start with this and see where it goes. Alright, let's see. This is going to wind up somewhere like around here. This is more or less where it'll end up for on this side. Triangle. Don't lose the triangle. Wax on, wax off, people. Wax on and then off. That's a little off, but it's doable. Just have to figure out sort of the middle behind her. Alright, so I have to turn this way a bit. Let's say that's the vanishing point there. Alright, so I'm close. Curve, curve, curve. If it's coming right off the page, and it's gotta be around here. This is one of the things that I am historically horrifyingly bad at. It's trying to do on one side what I did on the other. Ugh. I have gotten minimally, incrementally, slightly better at that, and I just completely screwed that up. Oops. No, not like that. Ow. Okay. Depending on where I put this thing, because this line does kind of go here, but not by much. See, I think by putting that there, I'm kind of following it wrong, but I'm not sure. Then this one is mostly covered up by the hand, so it will kind of come up here. And there I have other decisions to make. Do we keep this window? I don't know. Give it up, everybody, for Mama Bear Art Doll, who inspired all of this insanity, has entered the chat. Hola and hail, Mama Bear Art Doll. How you doing? How the heck is it going? Sorry you're having trouble sleeping if you're coming out to this crazy shindig. But I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great, fantastic day. And are on the gun, on the run. As you can see, I'm still at it. And I managed to get a little planet spitting fire out there. But now I'm trying to figure out, am I going to keep this window? And if so, what do I put there? You can see apocalypse, well, not apocalypse, but just whatever. Some planet being screwed over by fire pits. Kind of want to see some buildings off in the distance that are off in the whatnot. Oh, my bear says, nah, she just woke up. Ah, got it. Early riser. This is a good thing. Still not quite sure about back here because I kind of want to put the cube you would see in Darkseid's Throne, but I gotta measure that. Then the chair, and I don't know how the heck that's gonna work yet. So I'll have to wait, think, ponder, and then take action. But bear with me as I am currently in the middle of pondering right now. Okay. Yeah, because once I do that and I can settle on the sort of basis for the pits, then I can go do the rainbow. Well, I meant to do the doggone rainbow bright ones already, the last two. But I finally got into a thing. I forget which of the guys was in here last night. I kind of got that stoked. And then I'm like, alright, let's go commit. Let me just draw this planet, whatever, draw a window around it, and deal with the rest of it later. Because after all, none of this is the point. It's just meant to accentuate this. Alright, let me see. I think guys can actually see the whole of it now a little bit better. Yeah, so I'm just this close, I think. Alright, let me see if this is this long. Oh, I see. So I should move this up here, even though this is a little off in and of itself. I don't have her arm to work off of up there, but I guess I do have to move it up a bit, don't I? Alright, let's just say it's slightly off there. I'm going to keep it back here, and then let's commit to the window and find out what we'll put there. Ow! Oops. This, folks, is why you have to be careful. You have to know that you actually can chew gum and walk at the same time, as I just did that inside the eye of the DTIYS. Oops, indeed. Darren says hello to Mama Bear. Early morning for you. Get some Timmies. I do like some Timmies, but I don't get to get them very much over this way. Mama Bear says I always have a cold brew in the fridge. Good stuff. And Darren says bless you from 3 hours behind you. Right, because you are over there, Vancouver-ish. Mama Bear says funny enough I can automatically calculate our time difference, even exhausted. But can I figure out the time zone in Regina? Not at all. I understand that too. For I too share terribleness in certain areas that I shouldn't be, according to being pretty decent in others. All right. Wait, that means I have to cut this off too. Alright, sorry, but you can't actually be there. Oh, Mama Bear, Power was here a while ago. I don't know if he's still hanging in there. He may have fallen asleep by now, as I should have. And if you are available, Megatron left his link in the chat higher up, but his stream is going to go toward noon, I think. So it's not going to be the later in the day. Like, you know, when you always normally used to start around like 5 Eastern time. He's going to be like 12 or 1 or 2 Eastern time for the Teen Titans Go Trick-or-Treating at Wayne Manor, which I still love that idea so much that I would like to do one of those myself. But who has the time, right? Okay. Yeah, but I need to do that one. That one's really cool. Fun to draw them in all the different costumes and do all the little mixes and all that stuff. Alright, committed to that line. Now I have to commit to this one. And I really don't want to. But I have no other choice at this point. I already went forward with all the other ones, and as Darren M. likes to remind me, onward and forward, folks. This is a good reminder. Good hashtag. I need to regather my strength on Twitter, but I can't until I get a phone that I can use to bypass Twitter's hatred of it and me. Alright, I'll only take it that far because I don't know how much further it can go. So close, people. And then Darren M says, well, for me, I'm Pacific time zone, Vancouver. We have nuclear vessels, Vancouver, where you have nuclear vessels. I was never good at doing Chekhov, but I love that frickin' show. I really do. Sometimes. Mama says it doesn't help that Regina did away with daylight savings, so I can't tell if they're 1 or 2 hours behind me. Mama Bear, everybody should do away with daylight savings. Nobody needs it. They don't help. They only made things worse for the normal public and helped the farmers out for, I want to say, about 40 years. But with all the advances that they have, it doesn't matter to them anymore. They don't even want it. Oh, and Darren M hooks us up with Megatron's link for the stream. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mama Bear says she's AFK but listening. Thank you. Hang in there while we try to figure this out. I still need to undo the hair the way I did it here, and I don't even understand. I didn't realize it while I was doing it that I meant for it to all curve in this way. So I made an 800-pound elephant for myself to address, which I still can't, because I think I have to use the white stuff first. But before I do that, I need to follow those lines that I have in the pencil. And then I have to use the white stuff and see if I can clean that up, and that's going to be an unending nightmare that I don't want to fix in Photoshop, because it is going to be an even worse nightmare in there. And then Darren M says, well, Central Canadistan can be weird. So I've heard. So maybe I should address that now. Alright. Take a progress shot. Oh boy. Hold on, I gotta move this thing in order to take this properly. this will be the last time it looks like that, and I need to be able to reference it if I completely screw it up. So there is a good 65-67% chance of that happening. Alright, and then let's get a little closer as reference to our actual head. There are the true lines. Okay. Alright, here we go. Oof. Oh, this is awful. It's even worse than I imagined. But hopefully it will fix things. Like some of these I can even almost sort of keep. I just... Let's put a couple of phantom strings, because that just makes sense. Oof. Alright, like some of this go off from the top. Okay. Alright. Biting the bullet. And it hasn't broken my teeth, but it is, as expected, making a complete and utter mess. But this is the way that hair was supposed to flow, as she holds it in her right hand. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, good. That is the way it's supposed to be now. Darren says, okay, Grumpy and Mama Bear. As my favorite late great Irish comedian Dave Allen would say, good night, good luck, and may your God go with you. Thank you very much, Darren M. May your God go with you as well. Make sure you stay safe out there. Oh, I forgot to turn the camera back to the right thing. Yeah, sorry about that. But stay safe out there, Darren M. Have a good night, good morning, a great day, and catch you back soon. I don't know when, but soon. So I'll try again at some point during the day. If I can't go in the middle of the day, I'll just go late again. And then Sunday, of course, it's the kickoff of Makini Live with the parentheses of 2.0 because the season format is dropping. He did actually get to let me know that earlier this week. So, we's a coming on back, folks. So be there with bells on tomorrow. Well, yeah, tomorrow, right? No, not tomorrow. Sunday. And Mama Bear says, LOL, yeah. Making watermelon football helmets is definitely weird. Weird, but somehow tasty. Mama Bear says, good night, Darren, and get some rest to him. Yeah, it's going in the right direction. Do I leave those lines there? Can I make use of that? I don't think so. But maybe. Let's leave it alone and see what happens there. Mama Bear says, ooh, sweet. Yes. I don't know if I will actually be on the stream, because that depends on Mock. I will make... I don't know. I have to figure out if I can get across Twitter first for links and stuff to make it easier on people. If that works, then I'd love to actually go on with you folks. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and I'll just be there. My usual cheerful self, because as far as I know, there shouldn't be anything precluding me from actually making it tomorrow. Like there has been of late on Sundays when I've been totally screwed. And then Mama Bear says, LOL, they actually do that in Regina on game day. The grocery stores sell out of watermelon. Really? Because I thought I'd seen that before, but I never knew that's where it was local to. That's pretty neat. Yeah, I gotta definitely see that in action. Gotta look around for that. Hold on, let me try to get where I made the super big spackle mistake up here. There, good. The eye is back to normal. Okay. Still gotta fix that. Finally figured out what the problem was there, but I haven't been able to fix it yet. Oh, wait. Darren M pops back through, says, on those Saskatchewan folks are lovely. Bless the Rough Riders. Bless them indeed. Bless them one and all. I still need 3 more. Why? I can only do so much damage. Okay. First things first. Let's make that very, very definitive. And that. Lord, I'm gonna have to darken this. And it's going to take for frickin' ever to undo the darkening so that I can actually have those. I almost wish I could white all of that out and redo the scales and just keep them this size, but just basically doing the lines in there. But nope, I made the road, I gotta walk it. Darren M says, my father was from Saskatchewan. Oh, cool, okay. I don't know that much about it other than the name and just a few things of folklore. I try to learn about other parts of the world, where I am and where I'm not. But I can only take in, let alone hold, but so much information. Alright, let me see. Mumber says, the Saskatchewan CFL team is the Rough Riders, and their colors are white and green, so watermelon football helmets. Makes perfect sense. And that Mama Bear's sister lives in Saskatchewan. And Darren M says, thank you. Good memories of his late father. God rest his soul, Darren M. God rest his soul. May he continue to rest in peace. Sounds like you had yourself a good dad. Would that we would all would be so fortunate. But I'm glad you were. I'm very glad to hear whenever anyone is. Oh, yeah, that. I have to wipe this out too, but before that, let me erase. I'll erase that too. But first, this. Come on, dagnam eraser, work. I know it's a tough space, but work. Now, where was I with this? Yeah, I gotta get rid of this part of this. Ooh, which one's gotta go? This one. There's damage all over this thing. Be careful when you ink, kids. Give yourself less work to do wherever possible. Okay. Darren M says, bless your sister, Mama Bear Art Doll. Mama Bear says, LOL, you haven't met her, Darren. And then she adds, I love my sister, but Saskatchewan is close enough to Toronto for my liking for her. I see. Okay. Well then. Although I think you had mentioned similar as much regarding her before, now that I think about it. I think. Not 100% on that. Oh, I screwed that up there too. Let's get rid of that. Oh. Over there. Get that out of there. Okay. Let's have to deal with that area there, but looks like a lot of this other stuff is finito. I forgot. Gotta do that in line. Over here. There's a problem. Problem dealt with. Fantastic. Oh, that's actually white out. Okay, so Darren says, bless you both, Grumpy and Mom Bear. Much love to you. Good night. Much love to you, Darren M. Enjoy your rest, sir. Stay safe out there in those Pacific parts. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's fine. It's gonna stay. And I'm gonna go 5 on it, I think. Alright. Okay. Yep, I have to just deal with it. I wanted to make that to have like another sort of design or something, but I'm gonna have to settle for this. Because I gotta get this thing ready so we can kick off the challenge. And before I can post it, I gotta do those other two. In a hurry. And I'll wait till yours is ready too, Mama Bear, so when you're ready we can post them together. Hopefully, Lord willing, I'll actually have this thing colored by then. But after I mostly get it ready, I will put it over here with the other folks, bring them up, and get them going. This is really annoying because I prefer to get all the way to the end of a thing before I start to put ink on it in any way at all. But it just has not worked out that way this time. Or the last few times for that matter, to be honest with y'all. Alright. Let's get the other little fire pan ready. This is certainly not a pit. Mom says I need to get working on it. I'm with you. Same here. Same here. Believe you me. Oh, that's right. I still have to fix the actual outer edge there. So Alright, I'll go to about this length because I don't know where all the rest of that's going to actually stop. I forgot I gotta put the Little Brother CD in the phone so I can actually listen to it. At least that's settled. You can see when I committed to the fire. So they're back there now. And now I'm just trying to do everything else as far as I can possibly do it. Okay, this one was curved in a little more. I already missed that line. So I got space for about 2 more. Yeah, we can have like 4 points of connection. So one of them will be slightly longer. 4 of them, sorry, will be slightly longer than the rest. Alright, now let's make a little pan line for the floor. Just another small protrusion. No, today was Friday. Alright, committed to the pit. But, well, all 3 of them that we can actually see. Now, this blasted cube back here, what am I going to do with this? Okay, how do we do the rest of this? But yeah, no worries, Mama Bear. You just keep on rolling with it. I'm gonna get mine as ready as I can, and then when yours is ready, we will launch this project. Alright, so before I bother with a process shot, let's just try to deal with this thing. Okay. And it fell. Alright, I need to actually look at that real quick. Who's the killer? Me or you? So if this is around here, right? I need to actually look at that real quick. Wait, I got no point. There we go. So this would be that bit of it that you would see. But it would be this way. It really should be kind of like here. But if I do it all the way up there, none of the lines will really come through. Alright, so if this line comes out to, let's say, here. Is this right? Yeah, it kind of is. I know I should use a ruler, but I have this thing where I want to learn how to depend on my eyes more and them less I really have to. There are those situations too. Alright, so let's make just a quick little phantom line so I have some idea where this is all going to happen. So it'll be somewhere around here, which would give us the diamond shape right around here. that square is not quite right, considering I have to show the other side of it. So it's got to be more like this. Wait. Square. 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 What am I thinking of? Square. Where are you? Square thing. Not that. Don't really need the glasses. Square, square, square. No. T-square. I have a T-square ruler. Where is it? It hides from me. I don't like that. Ah, there it is. Square. Alright. Let's make use of our tools, kids. Make use of our tools. Alright, so this measurement was actually correct, which surprises the heck out of me. Alright. No, not that way. This way. Alright, so that is the no, it is not. Oh, that is. No, so the line I was making was wrong. Alright, let's go this way. I'll erase it later. I just need a cross point. Which reminds me I need to do the same thing down here. Oof, I thought I'd left it there. Okay, we don't need to go that far. This is what I mean about rulers. Use them when you got to, because the human eye is not built for this. There are some monstrously talented people, however, who have been able to harness this ability. And they can basically act like Zoom from My Hero Academia. That girl can see like up to within a micron from something like 5 miles away. That's a heck of a superpower. I mean, Superman can do that and then some, but you don't often see people making use of that particular superpower in comics. I mean, geez, today's writers don't even remember that Superman can do that anymore. But anyway, this square is going better. Alright. If it's straight on both of these, then I should be able to connect it. And it looks like it is. Alright, good. This line will, however, be much more treacherous. Okay. Mama Bear says, I can spot when something isn't level, but drawing a straight line requires a ruler. Yeah, it just does. It just does. I can't even draw a short straight line. I'm talking like 1/10 of an inch of a straight line. I mean, look at this. I do okay with seeing level or not. I'm like 45%. It's not good enough, but I can usually see it even if it's not completely glaring. But for that, I also have a level over there. So, because I can't trust my brain for that. No way. And as you can see, I had to get that ruler. So, even I know when to give in. Pardon me as I adjust the chair that continues to fall and refuses to stay there where I put it. I don't really need a shot of that. I just need that this is working. And if anything, I need to erase stuff from this sooner before it turns into something else entirely. I'll have to erase again. So as we already erased once, let's get rid of those lines too. We don't need them no more. Still need those, but not these. Still need those, but not these. So they can go. I don't think there's anyone else major to erase right now. Okay. Alright, those lines actually more or less are straight. I have lost the pencil. Where'd you go? Where did you go, man? Oh, it fell on my thigh, for crying out loud. Okay. More straight lines require more rulers. Because even though this kind of goes out a bit, it is ultimately still a straight line, so I just get the angle for this thing. Alright, so if this is dead on, I'm going to turn it this much. Yeah, alright. So, let's start at 100, have 0, bend up to about 15–20%. I'm gonna make it up to here, even though I don't actually need it that high. I know it's gonna be somewhere up there, so. Okay. That's why I like this darn ruler. See-through rulers are worth it. Oh, no, because that has to match this one. I I forgot. Oddly enough, which is kind of here. It's supposed to be oversized. Alright, leave those lines behind. It is the shape of Apocalypse. The cube. So apropos that it's also a horror movie that fits on Apocalypse. Okay. Alright, so how long was this thing? And just under 2.5. Let's keep it real. No, not yet. Not yet. Right here. Right here. 1, 2. There's just under 2.5. Right there. Okay. Yeah, it'll go that far. Let's make that line nice and dark. Do, 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 do. Seems this needs a fix. Yeah, it'll be a slightly oblong square, but that's kind of how he does it too, so let's lose those lines now. Alright, no problemo. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Frickin' forgot. I can't. That's right. Nope. want for this. Alright, well then let's go with what we got. Erase here and the G as well. Where else? The T. Oh, I see. Well, that'll have to be cut off there. Well, that's perfectly fine. Okay. There is sort of the throne. Oh, right. That means you can't see that there. And I forgot to erase them from here. It's a very wide chair. I will use that line for that purpose. Alright. That kind of looks awful, but at least it will end the torment of not being able to finish it. Better from where are we at here? Where are we at? Okay. I think we can go ahead with Mr. Cover Hour. Alright. Let's do this thing. Oh, geez, I just realized I did that inside her arm. I can't do that. I can't leave that there. Oops, oops, megalithic oops. I took some of the ink with me there. That was a mistake. Okay, then. Let's go. You know, the ink in these things is a lot closer to Sharpie ink, even how they fall on the paper, than it is any of the Staedtler's or the Sakura pigment ones. It's just totally different. Okay. It's amazing that Darkseid ultimately has a very, very simplistic nature. He's very much a minimalist. He's even more so than Thanos, which is why I will always give that fight to Darkseid. Unless Thanos has the Infinity Gauntlet. Well, no. He has to have the Infinity Gauntlet with all of the gems. And then that fight can possibly swing around a bit. Because even with that gauntlet, that Omega Beam is not going to miss ever. Because let's face it, Thanos is good at being evil, but he's not creative enough to get around the Darkseid. Not that way. Okay. That's every line in here except whatever the frag is going on there and there. Mama Bear says, "What's up?" Wait, what's going down? No, I was just saying I was trying to get all the rest of the lines in here done because everything at the bottom basically is. Oh, except for this. Oops, oops, oops. But yeah, now I need the window and the left over there. But it's pretty much almost there. To at least the point I can take it to Photoshop and mess around with the rest of it. Okay. Now I guess I need some Apocalypse buildings or something on the side. Excuse me. I have to get that done. Okay. Mama Bear says Darkseid makes Thanos look like a California raisin. Yes, yes. Which he does. He really does. That weird wrinkle in the chin. I never understood that. Oh, man. But yeah. Unless Thanos has at least the gauntlet with at least 3 gems in it, I'll give him that much. Then he's not really. Darkseid isn't even gonna notice him. If they're just trying to go toe to toe, because let's face it, Superman can give Darkseid work, but he'd be able to give Thanos a lot more work. If you get my drift. But other than that, all the rest of these lines are connected. Now I need to find something, some sort of spires or something to put off over here, and find some way to fix that I still haven't. What would that be? Golly gee willikers. I'd love to make stained glass window there, but I have no idea how to. I've never tried to draw a stained glass window. I've colored on a fake kids one quite a few times, but I've never tried to draw one. There's the old throne. Because when Kirby used to draw it, it was curbed. I forget who it was that put that cube back there, but it kind of makes sense, with Darkseid being how he is. Mama Bear says the Thanos rap battles are fun though. I've never seen those. What, pray tell, is a Thanos rap battle? Or are you talking about great rap battles in history and they did Thanos multiple times? I mean, either way, that stuff is good. But it's very possible I may not have seen the ones to which you are referring. There's something evil in the distance. Looks like I missed a strand. If you look at... Oh, wait a minute. You can't see that. So I only had 3 coming around, and I forget Apocalypse Pits. Fire Pits is usually 6. Because it's 4. Like, you can look at them across and count 4. And then there will always be 2 on opposite ends, like north and south, and then east and west. But another east and another west. Very weird. But it's definitely how they are. But that's fine. We'll stick with 3. I don't want to get sued. Alright, but this looks like a candidate for what we can do. That is a very fun cover. Definitely in the style of George Pettis, but we'll go back over here. Let's see if I can throw something like this off in the background. Yes, I would like to go to the page. Stop being annoying, Google Chrome. Don't make me go use Bing. Ugh. And I hate Bing. Yeah, that's the thing. Apocalypse has more fire pits. But it also looks like... What is that? Coruscant on fire. Specifically with refineries. That's what we're looking for. Come on up here, buddy. We need you. Sorry, this website takes a while. I'm not super fond of it because they pack it with so much stuff so unnecessarily. It never gets to stay clean. Mom Bear says she hears me twice. Really? Do you still... Oh, wait a minute. I think I know where the problem is. How about now? Is it coming across a bit better, a bit more clear? Oh my gosh. Could they have possibly scrunched this even more where I can't see it? Oh, these people. I can't zoom into it or anything. Can you just open the image itself in a tab and leave me the heck alone? That's all I really would like for you to do. Alright. Wait. Control function plus. That's what we need. There we go. Alrighty. Better. Doggone it. so now that I can sort of see it, I'd kind of like to cut it across to see if I could turn it into a permanent thing on the ground. Definitely turn it on itself. Ooh, not that. Mom says she thinks that did it. Alright, good. Then I have stopped the cuckoo echo on myself. I didn't even realize that was on, or for how long it had been, but it was on the other side of the monitor stream. But it's all good. Alright, now there's some more fire with steam coming off of it. Because, you know, they don't seem to have water on Apocalypse, but they do have lava flowing everywhere. Alright, so let's do that. Right. Let's do those things. I'm just going to take it to use it for, like, buildings. Apocalypse is full of horrifying architecture. Kind of stuff that would make those things from Hellraiser proud. Horrible place. Absolutely terrible place. Alright, and then I could do the little other smaller structures in the background. And they can just be colored in as shadows. Okay. 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 That doesn't look like it makes much of any sort of sense, but we shall fix that. What was I looking for? The forge. Dagman forge. Still can't make the good armor. I can't do the other thing. But we can get these going. Now I can see the thing I wanted to, so I could put it on there. I should have put a choker on there, but it's too late. Can't make those adjustments now. It's fine for now. just be involving lots of reds and oranges and dark other things. Okay, sorry, I needed to switch to that because I have to actually see it, but I can put it back here. So, for the most part, that other window is now mostly filled. Okay, I think it's back to normal. But I am going to need a progressive of that. One of these days I'll get to the point where I don't have to actually do that because I'll remember it. But until that time comes, I'm going to need to capture it. Now, let's get those lights right. Let's do it in black and white so I can actually see them. Remove the effect and just put it back down to cream so it looks like normal human eye. Done. Alright. Get that out of there. Next. Oh, Jesus, after 5. I literally started streaming after right at midnight. Here's the deal with this. Now it's time to break out Mr. 5 and 3. No, 3 first. 3 first. 3 first. Umber says, LOL, I was just typing if you were drawing. Oh, okay. I just had forgotten to turn the manual back on. Because I was trying to draw off of the off of that image of Apocalypse. I needed that thing so I could try to make, well, you'll see. Well, hang on. I was trying to fill in the rest of that window. And now that I more or less have, let's put some ink there to remember what the heck I did. Good old Lakes of Fire on Apocalypse. Such a fantastic place it must be. Okay, good. That is done. Remember the rule about straight lines. Where's the tiny one? I need the small one. Where'd you go? Over here. Oops, too far. Make sure I can actually see this. Finally it worked. Good. There. It's straight. Huh, not bad for the 3. Not bad at all. Okay. What if the building was just a giant spike? It's Apocalypse, for crying out loud. It's much worse than that available, I'm sure. Alright, where's the other part of this place? Right here. Okay. Can't really see the rest of that back there. Just fine by me. Same goes for this. Let's put it in front of the S enough to not bother the S. Okay, and then the rest of it we can basically just fill in. Alright, so with that, this thing is, there are just a few little things I have to niggle about with it, but we're about 98% of the way through the second phase, because the third one will be cleaning it inside Photoshop and then coloring it beyond flats. That'll be 3 and 4. So first you gotta pencil it, then you gotta ink it, then you gotta clean it, then you gotta color it. You could technically split those last 2 up into just putting flats on and then adding light for a total of 5 grueling steps. Oh, well. Alright, if I'm going to actually do this in stream before Megatron does, I better hang up the hat for the evening, I think. How much longer will that be? No, that's a while. Still gotta do things before we get there. That's way too thin. Okay, that's better. It was gonna escape. It really was. And of course there's this mess up here. But for the most part, she's in a place. It's got 2 windows. I probably should put some little weirdo designs around that, but that means there's still a little bit more work to do on it, but a lot less work to do than before. And Mama Bear says, okay, get some rest. I'm gonna take your advice on that, Mama Bear. We're gonna pack it in for now and then continue. I don't know if with this or with Rainbow Bright later, but we're gonna continue. There's more to be done. Alright, so let me go do the thingy. Let me get this last bit in. Alright, so if you look at it across there, well folks, almost 2 weeks on this here projecto. And we're not done just yet, but we're pretty close. Now she's somewhere. There are things. I have to find places to make other darkness before it goes to Photoshop, so that's already done and defined. I just don't know what they are yet. And for the most part, I believe we are at the home stretch. So I would like to say thank you to all of you who have been hanging out with me while I've been taking on this crazy endeavor that Mama Bear has set me upon. For which I say, Mama Bear, thank you, because it's been a lot of fun. And so that's going to be Stunning and Brave Megatron. Of course, Mama Bear ArtDoll herself. We got Ancient One. We got Darren M. We got Awesome One. I have some folks that actually rated my stream a couple of times, for which I'm thankful to you all. And I apologize I don't get all of your names right off. But I know you were here, and I thank you, and I know I sub to your channels. So thank you very much for coming by, for everyone to do all of this craziness with me. And please, 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 don't forget to remember, if you never start, you never finish. Be great and win. Hang on to onward and forward. And as we do in the CSF Nation, never stop drawing. And one last one. Please hit that like and subscribe if you like watching me draw and draw. And with that, I shall sign out as Mama Bear ArtDoll signs out with her famous heart and it's missing the horns, but it's there. So get some good rest yourself. Stay safe out there, and I will catch up with all of you good folks as soon as possible. Peace.